Boy, doesn't a bucket of chicken sound good right now? This is Tony Cook, the co-editor of HO Collector Magazine. If you're enjoying this NMRAx presentation, remember to subscribe to the channel and click the little bell icon, and then you'll receive updates whenever there's new content out. Thanks for viewing.
Welcome back and a Happy New Year. This will be our first NMRAx convention session for the year. I'm happy you're watching and thank you for staying with us. Our next presenter is a 20-year retired U.S. Navy Senior Chief and current Assistant Director of Information Technology at the Florida State University. He's our Standards and Conformances Manager at the NMRA and also a Director at Large for the Sunshine region. He has a background in advanced electronics and computer systems and models in N-scale. He is the current president of the Big Bend Model Railroad Association, which is in Tallahassee, right there in Florida, and a member of the North Raleigh Model Railroad Club, where he focused on N-track and T-track modular railroading. Please welcome Andy Zimmerman.
All right, good morning, everybody. So once again, they want me to set the bar really low so that everybody behind me, or excuse me, after me, will do outstanding. So so today we're going to talk about T-track modules, a little bit about T-track history, and then how you build a T-track module. For some of you, this may be old information, but for others, hopefully, it's informative. So first, we're going to go through some history. Today's T-track modular system is the invention of Lee Monaco Fitzgerald and her husband Jim Fitzgerald on August 13th, 2000. Jim and Lee were shown modules by the Hino N Club while attending the Japanese Association of Model Railroaders International Model Railroad Convention. That's a mouthful. It was held in Tokyo, and Jim Fitzgerald had been invited as a guest speaker at the convention and was accompanied by his wife, Lee. What Lee and Jim had witnessed at the JAM convention inspired the development of a concept that had become T-track in the United States. So the concept was simple. The system is based on a set of standards for a module size: singles, doubles, triples, quads. They were placed on tables. At the root of were minimum standards for dual track placement, track interface, electronic connections, etc. These standards were allowed for a wide range of flexibility, and the design is to help maintain interoperability. Sorry, I have a little bit of a sore throat. With all the modules built to the same standards, the basic concept being that T-track modules are dioramas constructed with Kato Unitrack, and simply you snap them together. The Kato track holds the entire thing together. So you can create anything from basic layouts to large complex systems. They're quick to assemble and disassemble, and they store readily and easily. And since its introduction to the United States back in 2000, T-track has evolved and gained worldwide popularity. While it's primarily an N-scale concept, it's also become popular with HO, Z, and T-scalers as well. So if you want any more detailed information or detailed history, you can go view it on the T-track page. I've listed the link here. It's on the NRail homepage at nrail.org. I want to make a special note. This year marks the 50th year of N-track. T-Track was born out of NTRAC by the very same founders, and NRail, NTRAC, now NRail, will be celebrating at many prominent venues such as Amherst and the NMRA National Convention in Texas. All right, T-Track module construction. T-Track modules can be built from scratch or from a kit or on a prefabricated modules. Shape Master back in 2003 offered a pre-built version. It came in many different shapes and sizes for those who lacked the time or the talent to build their own. Became very popular. Today there are styrofoam kits offered by Kato and wooden kits offered by companies such as CMR, whom I checked with, and they are currently on hold until midsummer for the new plywood. And then you have Osborne model kits, full modules. If you just want the entire full module pre-built, pre-drilled, you can order those from Denniston Industries out of Pensacola, Florida. And for the do-it-yourselfers out there, if you, the dimensions for the modules can be found on the T-Track standards page. Again, it's on the nrail.org page. So in the United States, we use the our de facto standard is a 33 millimeter track spacing. So you can see what a single module looks like here. This very basic single module is 8 1/4 inches deep, 12 1/8 inches long. But that doesn't mean that it can't be deeper. A lot of modules are 12 inches or up to 14 inches deep, even as a single that's only 12 1/8 inches long. The standard height is 2 3/4 inches high. And again, the track spacing is 33 millimeters from center to center. And the forward track is offset from the fascia by 1.5 inches. All right, so we're going to build a module. So I want everybody to keep in mind that this is one of the first modules that I ever built probably 10 years ago. So so don't judge it too harshly. So here we go. All right, so we're going to get started. We're going to go from the T-Track module, the basic module with the track on the left, and we're going to get all the way through to the module on the right. So this module was part of what I called Trepidation Pass. It was a set of 3 double modules that were 8 1/4 inches wide. All right, so again, the module starts out at 8 1/4 inches wide. It's double is 24 15/16 inches long. This is a standard double module. Again, it can be as deep as 14 inches. The one thing we want to keep in mind when we're building T-Track modules is that T-Track modules will end up back to back. And if the spacing between them, if you don't have any space between them, you can't always plug in your Kato connections, or if you're using other connectors, they don't always fit and still give you space between the modules. And that at 14 inches, that would give you a total of 28 inches from face to face. And a standard table, fold-up table, is 29.6 inches to 30 inches wide. So you got to be careful when you're purchasing those tables, because if you get the shorter table, you're cutting off some room. But so long as you keep the modules to 14 inches or less, you're fine. Depth-wise, sorry. All right, so tape off your track and to protect it from the scenic glue. The blue painter's tape works well. Keep the edges as close to the track as possible. If you have to, tape it down to the deck platform and then trim it off with an X-Acto blade. In this instance, I added some white foam board. I used a heavy-duty 3M spray adhesive. I wanted to give myself a little depth. I wanted to add a stream here. You can see the edge of the previous module where I'm bringing it up to the edge, and I'm trying to match up the stream there. So I drew out the riverbed the way I wanted to make it and develop it, and then I drew in where I wanted the matching mountain. So after using the foam board as a base, I broke up the various pieces of foam and I glued them to the module. Real quick, if you're using the white styrofoam, which I really don't recommend, even though I did it here, if you're using the white styrofoam, don't use spray adhesives. Spray adhesives will melt it and turn it into a big gob of goo, and you're going to start over. So, but in this case, I did use the white styrofoam, and I used my razor knife to cut out shapes into the foam to make it look more like rocky outcroppings, because I'm going to come back later and use some hydrocal cloth to cover the entire thing. And so here was the opposite side. Foam was cut to give it shape and texture. I checked my track clearance. The tunnel interior, I painted it flat black. Then I glued the lid down, added the mountaintop for texture, and my next step again was going to be hydrocal cloth. So for those who are unfamiliar with hydrocal cloth, to use it, you want to cut it into suitable lengths of plaster cloth. Typically, I cut along the width, and I cut a 1 inch to 2 inch strip along the width, and then I dip it into warm water, and I just dip it in for a few seconds, and I allow the excess to drain back into the container, and then I apply the strips. When you're working with plaster cloth for terrains, it's easiest if you have, again, suitable length strips, 6 inches or longer. Width-wise is perfect. And cut it to a 1 to 2 inch width. Have a large container that you can put a couple pieces in, so you can kind of just keep working the entire time. And then lay the strips across the area you're working on and overlap them. It's important that you overlap them and get good connectivity between the pieces of plaster cloth. So you want to lay the strips with the plaster bumps on the top surface to give you the most plaster to smooth over the cloth. Yes, there is a correct side when laying hydrocal cloth. A lot of people just, flop it down there and use it that way, but you can tell when you unroll it that one side has more bumps or raised plaster on it, and you want to lay that side up, and then you're going to smooth over the whole entire cloth, because you want to get rid of the cheesecloth, the cheese grate, checker squares that'll show up in it, and smooth it all out. You want to do at least 2 layers of cloth over the terrain base. Allow the previous layers to begin to set up before you add another layer, and this helps like over wetting or sagging. In the very beginning, I did all the plaster cloth, and then when I came out a couple hours later, and it was still wet and to the touch, not soaking wet, but it was, you can tell I had to over wet it, so I had to wait overnight for it to dry hard, and then it was fine. Real quick note, if you've never used hydrocal or hydrocal cloth, don't pour that down the sink. So hydrocal will set up underwater, which means it will set up in your pipes. So don't pour that into your sink when you're rinsing out your bowls or anything else. Okay, so again, use 2 layers. Smooth the plaster to shape. After laying the strips, tends to be a little messy, so make sure you protect the working surfaces. And use something like a wet paintbrush to kind of push it back into the cracks and crevices and help you smooth things over. You'd be surprised at how quickly you'll smooth something out and it'll pop out from the other details. So in this case, the hydrocal cloth was cut into the small 2 inch strips, and it was applied over the foam. Again, the trick is to keep it wet and smooth it out with your fingers. Use an old paintbrush. If you look closely, probably, let's see if I can get to it. Right in this area right here, you can see how there's a little bit of cheese grate that I didn't fill in well. Okay, gonna be uncooperative. Okay, once the first layer is applied, allow it to dry before moving forward, or to get mostly dry. Here's the opposite side after the hydrocal application. A quick comparison is made when I'm building modules that are supposed to be in a continuous, mountain range or a continuous river or anything else that I want across several modules. You want to do a quick comparison to make sure that all the features flow the way you want to and they're matching up the way you want to. Here I noted that I didn't like the top of the tunnel and it needed more work. So I got a product called Moldicine, and I used the Moldicine to create different shapes on top of the mountain or the tunnel, and then I covered the entire thing with hydrocal cloth after it set up. So waiting for the hydrocal cloth to dry, I molded up some rocks and I used hydrocal plaster and rock molds per the instructions that are on the carton. I'll go over a little bit of that in a minute. Then secured the rocks to the module with some construction adhesive and by wetting down the joints and adding in more hydrocal. And what do I mean by that? When you first apply the rocks, a lot of times you're going to see that little seam around the outside edge. So if you wet the hydrocal cloth and you wet the rocks a little bit, you can apply some hydrocal into those areas and smooth it over so that it fills in all those seams. And then that piece, when it sets up, it will act not only as an adhesive, but it'll fill in all those seams for you well. And it creates a stronger bond. Okay, so creating realistic rocks, you can cast your
Brad, did we lose Andy? Shall we sing?
So sorry about that. We lost power at the house here, and everything shut down. So apologies for the quick break there. So where was I? All right, creating realistic rocks. You can cast your own formations out of hydrocal. Hydrocal is a real fine plaster. It's easy to use. It becomes very lightweight when dry, produces sharp details. These properties, along with, it's easy to color, make hydrocal an ideal choice for molding projects. It's also very, very hard. So you can break it, but it doesn't chip or break easily, not like plaster of Paris or something like that. To form the rocks themselves, you want to use a pre-made rubber molds. The Woodland Scenic sells pre-made molds, or you can use some latex and create your own rubber molds from actual rocks and then mold those. What you want to use is about a 1 1/4 cup of hydrocal to half a cup of water, and mix the hydrocal slowly into the water, not the water into the hydrocal, but the hydrocal slowly into the water. Mix it up, get it smooth. Once it's smooth, you want to shake it a little bit, try to get some of the air bubbles out. And then on the mold itself, you want to use what's called wet water. So it's like a couple of drops of Dawn dishwashing soap, maybe in a small spray bottle, and just spray them down, and that'll help break the mold without breaking off any of the hydrocal off of your rock casting. And when you do the casting, make sure you tap it and shake it and get all the air bubbles out, so you don't have any air bubbles in the detail on the front. You don't get a lot of working time typically. It starts to set up in about 5 minutes. So once everything dries, usually I give it like 24 hours. My next step is to, or at least the next day, my next step is to paint the portal. I set the portal, painted it, detailed it. I used a black wash that was thinned out. It's basically just the Woodland Scenics black stain that's been mixed with about 16 parts water, and I just let it run down through the rocks, and it gives you all the details for the scenes, for the rock scenes. And so I use Woodland Scenics Earth Undercoat. They come in a large variety of colors. You you can pick these up at just about any hobby store or online. They sell them on Amazon if you need them. So for the bottom, or for the earth part, I use Woodland Scenics Earth Undercoat. A lot of times they tell you you want to go ahead and thin it out, but I used it where I know it's going to be thickest, and I got a lot of white there. I don't want the white to come through, even after you apply ground foams and other things. A lot of times you'll still see a little bit of the white come through. So I just use it, full strength, unlike the other stains that we use on the rocks, which are diluted. I glued the rocks, and I ground stained some of the dark stains. So where there's shadows, I place some darker stains, some grays, some maybe some diluted blacks, so to help increase the shadow. And then the technique that I use, a lot of you may have seen it before. It's called leopard spotting. Woodland Scenics promotes this, and the Model Railroad University, they promote this. And the first thing you want to do is you want to paint the rocks. You want to create several washes, separate containers, using a small amount of the acrylic paint or the Woodland Scenics pigments. You want to use colors like burnt umber, concrete stone gray, yellow ochre, white acrylic paints. Use about 1 part paint or stain to about 8 parts water, And then for the black and the raw umber and the slate gray, use 1 part to about 16 parts water. If you don't like that effect, you can always use less water. So I typically don't use as much water, but this is what they recommend. The reason for using the washes is this diluted is so that when you're washing or painting the rocks, it's very forgiving. You can make all kinds of mistakes and not have to worry about it. You can come back and fix them pretty readily and still end up with an excellent result. So here I just showed an example of leopard spotting. When I first started doing this, my wife made a comment that those don't look like rocks. She thought it looked kind of clownish. She said it doesn't look like a rock. I don't know what that technique is, but she goes, you might want to rethink that because it doesn't look like a rock. And I told her, well, I'm not quite done yet, so I'll show you what it looks like when I'm done. So I selected a dominant rock color and as many secondary colors as I could see in an example. A lot of times, if you work off of examples of the rock features in the areas that you're modeling, you'll see a lot of reds, a lot of browns because there's iron in the water, or if there's iron in the rocks and the water washes that down. Other minerals will tend to turn it gray or black. So anyway, I mix the diluted washes as I described earlier, and there's a couple of methodologies to apply the Woodland Scenics acrylics, and you can either squirt them with a scenic sprayer, or you can use an airbrush if you're good with an airbrush, or you can just daub it on with a foam applicator. That's pretty much what I do, and or an acrylic brush. And you just begin at one end of the begin with one of the secondary colors on one end and just kind of dab, right? And you're not going to cover all the white with one color. You're just going to spot all around. And then you'll apply a second color, like start to fill in the white spots, and continue to do with this procedure until all the selected secondary colors and the dominant color are all cover the entire rock face. You may want to, like I said, if you use a spray applicator, you might want to spray it across the whole thing just to blend the whole rock across, and then you're going to let that dry. Now, so one thing to keep in mind is that the acrylics don't have any kind of we call it adhesive. No, anyway, when it's dry, you're going to want to apply scenic cement in order to seal it, because if you don't, the acrylics get lighter and lighter and lighter over time. And I made that mistake on an earlier module, and it just ended up, getting so light that I had to completely redo it. So one thing to watch for is if you apply too much water, sometimes the hydrocal is absorbed as much as it's going to absorb, and you'll start to wipe it off. So just be careful of that. Just let it dry. Don't make it worse by continuing to try to put something on there. Let it dry, and then go back after it's dry and correct it. All right, so after you've done all the spotting the colors on your rock, you may be satisfied with each individual rocks, but don't stop there. If you wish, you can choose one dominant color and blend them all across, set the main color tone for your rock. Dominant colors should be burnt umber, which will give the rock a brown color tone. If you want more of a tan effect, you would use raw umber. If you desire more of a gray tone, then use the grays and the blacks as your dominant colors, and wash the entire rock and wash the entire rock. So after you've chosen a dominant color, you can then spray the whole rock face with this color. And when it dries, um, you'll do a black wash to help better define all the little cracks and crevices and to give that perception of depth in the rock. And then I made a note there that you can apply the liquid pigments with an airbrush if you're good with an airbrush. Rocks are stained with Woodland Scenics pigments. Using the leopard spotting technique here, you can see how the rock came out. I let it dry to the touch, and then I sprayed the scenic cement on it liberally to seal it all in. I started adding details, details that need to be glued down, such as the rocks in the river. You know, if you have like logs or other things that you need to glue down, now it's time to glue it down. So, and I talk a little bit about scenic cement here. You know, Woodland scenic cement. What I was trying to say earlier, and it avoided me, was that scenic cement or the scenic pigments have no bonding agents, and that's why they get lighter. So, so you use scenic cement to seal it. And scenic cement is a polyvinyl, or PVA. It works well with all Woodland Scenics products, but in case you didn't know, Elmer's glue is also a PVA, and you can buy, you know, a 1 gallon bottle of Elmer's glue, and you can dilute it 1 part glue to 3 part water. Make sure you shake it well and get it mixed well, and it will do the same thing. Let's see. So I spray the entire, when I'm going to apply grass or other turf and what have you, I spray the module with scenic cement, and I start adding grass, you know, your scenic foam. I make sure I mix up the colors so that I have darker grasses and lighter grasses, and you know, try to help enhance the different features of the module. I added in talus, so that you know, as a result of the rocks, you know, freezing and you know, the water getting into the cracks, it freezes, it warms up, it thaws, you know, the rocks break off and they create talus. So I added talus in and among the rocks to give it more rocky effect. And then don't forget the field grasses. Use a lot of these tall field grasses around the water edge, around a lot of the base of the rocks, etc., to help kind of draw your attention to the scenic mountain or tunnel rock. What the hell's going on here? All right, so real quick scenicking tip: if you use the spray foam or other foam coverings, excuse me, if you use the foam, spray the foam or other foam coverings directly with scenic cement sprayer. It's going to blow away some of your foam. So, and then you'll get puddling and other things that happen. So it doesn't look correct. So I found that if you use a small atomizer or a small bottle mixed with alcohol and water, I use more alcohol than most people do. You don't have to. I think I wrote here 2/3 alcohol and 1/3 water. You can do it the opposite way and it'll work just fine. 1/3 alcohol, 2/3 water. And then you wet the area that you just laid the foam down on, and it will act as a surfactant, and it'll allow the spray glue to get down into the spray foam or into the foam that you put down, and it'll keep it solid and it won't flake off and it won't come off easily. So something to keep in mind when you're detailing rocks is rocks are actually alive. The dirt breaks down into the rock and then plants grow out of it. So don't be afraid to get some grass on top of the rock or bushes. I've even seen trees growing out of the sides of mountains. Here was a picture that I found online that showed exactly what I was talking about. So I use these ground foam, these blended turfs from Woodland Scenics. And while you can certainly use the containers that come in, they can be cumbersome when you're trying to apply foam into tight spaces. Um, in, in actuality, they're virtually worthless when you're trying to get down into a tight space. So I found that you need varying sizes of shakers. Now, of course, you can buy them, but that can be a little bit costly. So if you improvise a little bit, and if you think about it, um, at home, once you're done with your different seasonings, most of them have a shaker applicator at the top. So you can use the different sizes of applicators to apply um, scenic foam to your the area and not have that big cumbersome bottle. Ground cover. We have low, medium, and high ground covers, different sizes of bushes, and excuse me, and includes different coloring for the surfaces of your layout. So depending on what kind of scene you're doing, in spring, fall, etc., you're going to want to use different types of scenic foam. So started adding in trees and bushes and other details. Remember, they're going to grow out of the oddest places. Once again, spray the whole thing liberally with isopropyl and water mixture, and then again with the scenic cement. Scenic cement is your friend. You don't want to do it so much that it becomes real stiff, but you want to make sure that you're pretty liberal with it. Here I remove the painter's tape and I check it again to ensure that my scene it flows that from one module to the next. Some damage may result as a pulling up the tape if you were managed to overlap the hydrocal cloth onto the tape, or if the seam wasn't nice and straight. So here's the point where you would repair it as necessary. And then now I need to add water to the river. Now, Dean Spear did a NMRAx last time, and he did an outstanding job at talking about water and modeling rivers. So I would default to what Dean was showing you, but this is how I did this particular setup. So to model water, I tried a lot of different methodologies to model water. And what I came up with is if I can't use a product that called Magic Water, I default to these medium gels. So Golden sells these medium gels. You can buy this at Michael's or Hobby Lobby. And they sell them in different thicknesses. Some of them are heavy gels, and they don't lose their shape. So wherever you apply them, it just stays that way. They work well when you're building waterfalls, rolling rapids, heavy seas, and when you're trying to block off the end of the module so that you can use the self-leveling gel to make a nice flat water surface. I put the thick, heavy paste is added to the end to seal it off, and then a self-leveling gel is added. You may want to place it under a lamp to assist with drying, especially if you're in a high humidity area. And then you'll likely add a couple of other layers to get the river up to where you want it. Once you have it where you like it, you can add swirls of heavy gel to create the look of moving water, make peaks and splashes, dry brush with acrylic white paint to give it that foamy look. This is a different module that I did, and it's got a waterfall into a lake, but just demonstrated here for the purpose of showing how the gels work. And here's another one. It's this one I call Darwin Falls, and you can see the heavy waterfall into the mountain lake. So details, make it interesting, tell a story, spark some imagination. I hide little, we call them Easter eggs, just little scenes within the scene so that people, once they see it, they get some visual interest. In this case, as I started to glue everything down, I put some bears in the river. I put a hobo scene. I put the canoers on the river. That's called Trepidation Pass. So these canoers are going to run right into the bears. There's a cabin on the mountain, and then there's some deer fighting with a grizzly in the water, and campers. And then this is one of the modules looking straight down out to the lake and the river and the waterfalls at the eye level, at eye level. All right. So this was an early T-Track module. These are some examples of T-Track, and I probably should have slowed those down a little bit so you could see them better. But this is how the entire module, the three module series, the 3-module series, how it came out. You notice how the whole scenery just flows now from one end to the other. These modules are again, they're interconnected with by the T-Track itself. It's holding them all together. Anyway, and I also want to address a couple of things. One thing is some people, when they look at T-Track modeling or modular model railroading, they think it's not serious model railroading, that it's for beginners or people who have gotten older and they don't want to have big layouts and what have you. But I would beg to differ. T-Track modeling is serious modeling. It's done quite well at many of the NMRA national conventions and at other conventions. So real quick, I think I'm getting close to my time here. So again, T-Track is serious modeling. Here's Todd Blos's T-Track module. It took second place at National. There was another Best in Show, and one of my modules won third place in the Kato Worldwide contest. You can take a T-Track module and make it as complex and as detailed as you want, or you can keep it very simple. You can add industries and sidings. So if you want to do operations, you can do operations on T-Track modules. And again, there's a look at Todd Blos's Star Wars Museum. So, all right, so here's a list of resources that I used. If anybody has any questions about these resources, I'll be happy to talk about those. I believe I'm right at the end of my time. So that's the end of my presentation. If anybody has any questions.
Ready for some questions?
Yes, sir.
Does the standard T-Track standard prescribe or suggest what kind of wood to use for the bench work?
Typically, we use a birch or a poplar plywood. You can build it out of whatever thickness you want, but you want to keep in mind that if you're going to build something heavy, like those modules, they get pretty heavy, and you don't want them to flex and bend, and then you're going to the thing's going to come off. So if you're going to use lighter weight plywood, make sure you put enough bracing in there that it keeps everything square. So
it's like 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch thick?
These ones are actually on like on a 1/4 inch plywood. But I do have some modules that are up to 5/8.
Okay. Is it worth buying the Woodland Scenic starter set with the Kato if you've never done T-track, or is it easy to do if you've done other, um, if you've worked in other scales before?
Um, the starter set provides like a lot of they provide a lot of details in it. So, I mean, a lot of samples of all the parts of the product.
Hmm.
So if you're already familiar with all that and how it all works, then by all means go ahead and buy what you need individually. But if you're not real familiar with the Woodland Scenics products, then I would recommend that you buy the starter kit and one of their practice kits and give that a shot. And you really will surprise yourself at how well you will do with that.
Cool.
And you get enough of everything that you're able to test it all out.
When you use plaster cloth, do you add extra plaster to cover the pattern that sometimes shines through?
I uh, I I'm fairly liberal with my plaster cloth. I put at least 2 layers, and I always make sure that I get along all the edges of all the details. And then I try to hide it as best I can. But yes, I try to cover everything. If you have any foam board or any of that shining through, you're gonna want to cover that up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you do any special wiring for the modules? And then the next question is also, do the layouts run DCC or DC?
Okay, so that's the beauty of. Okay, let's take the first question first. Is there special wiring? Um, there's I set this up with 2 ways. One of them obviously is for DCC. So I use the Kato connectors and um, the what can I never remember the name of the damn connector? The Anderson power poles. So I use the Anderson power poles along with the Kato connectors for DCC. I use both because Kato connectors are the standard. So you should always have a Kato connector in there, for the track. For DC, I use the Anderson power poles, and I also use a standard. Was it a 2.5 or 5.1 millimeter uh, electronic uh, jack,
Mhm.
and that way I can use uh, either methodology to power my track. Underneath, I use these power distribution blocks so that I can run all the power out to all the different modules, all the LEDs, all the cars, all
Okay.
the
Okay. So everybody provides their own accessory bus then, or do you guys share an accessory bus for lights
we share
and
it. It's a DC accessory bus.
okay.
So did I cover both questions? What was the DC?
DC or DCC?
So the beauty of T-Track is if you want to run it DC, you can absolutely run it DC. If you want to run it DCC, you can absolutely run it DCC. If you want to, I'm going to say something controversial. If you want to do both, then the red line, which is the outside line, is typically DCC. And then the yellow lines, which are the inside loops that get created, we'll run those DC, just so long as you never have a crossover track of any
Correct. Correct.
kind.
And when you guys set up at a show, does someone bring some filler modules, or how is this planned before you go, or do you just show up and they make room for you?
um, Typically, before a show, we'll do a call for modules, and people will tell us what size modules they're bringing, and then we'll put it in. I've got some T-Track planning software. Um, Different people use different methodologies, but I'll use the software that I have and put all the modules in, and I'll know if there's going to be a gap or not.
Hmm.
So if there's going to be a gap, I'll rearrange modules and trying to get that gap out of there. Or occasionally we do have to use a small filler module or just a piece of dual track um,
Hmm.
to bridge the gap.
Are there groups that use track other than Kato track or Kato Unitrack?
So the only place where you have to have the Kato Unitrack is on the ends.
Okay.
So you can get the converters that convert from Kato to, Pico track or to Atlas track, and then you can do whatever you want in your module with the flex track, etc. Just so long as the end pieces are those converters, so they'll snap in to the
Correct.
rest of the people.
Okay. So do you use these modules as a layout or part of your layout at home?
Yes. So I I have some tables out in my we'll call it a Florida room, but the tables are out there, and I can rearrange it this week if I want loops and extensions and whatever. I can do that. If next week I just want to set up for the grandkids so they can see it go roundy round, well, then we can do that too.
Okay. So what do you guys do for adjusting the height of the modules?
So at each one of the corners of the modules, and I should have put that up here, but in each corner of the module, there is a set of set screws, and they're accessed the way we do it now. We access it through the top, and they will level. We will level at 3 and 3/4 inches height off the tabletop. So we'll bring all the modules up to 3 and 3/4 inches, and then we'll level them to make sure the track, there's no twist in the track, and everything aligns and is smooth.
And then do the wires run underneath the benchwork?
The wires typically run behind. When you do a T-track when you're doing T-track, a lot of times there's a gap between the modules, and that gap is where we run all of the wiring, and then we'll just cover it up with a black tablecloth or something so it's not visible at a show.
Cool. And then last question, is there a standard DCC system you guys use when you get together?
So if you saw the last NMRAx, I built an all-in-one power system, and it's DCC, and we use NCE. But that doesn't mean you have to use NCE. And the guys over in Pensacola built a DCC portable system, and they're using that. So, but typically, we will run that back through JMRI, and we'll use a Raspberry Pi to provide with a Y throttle and engine driver, and then we run everything off of that.
So there's no rule that says it has to be NCE or it has to be
Nope.
Digitrax.
Nope.
Cool. Well, Andy, that was very, very insightful.
Yeah.
I always wanted to build a module myself. Now I'm going to build a Fremo in one first, and then I'll shrink it down.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
So,
and I think I said Dean Spear before. It was Dean Smith. So
Dean Smith.
Dean Smith is the one that did the water, and he did a fantastic job with it. So if you go back and look at the past NMRAx and how he does water, you'll be dead on with it.
And I'm very sure that Dean will be right here after the break.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next presenter has considered himself a narrow gauge modeler for the past 40 years and presently hosts regular operating sessions on his HO scale East Tennessee and Western North Carolina VIDA Division Railroad. He has always thought of the ET and WNC as primarily a narrow gauge railroad. But in an attempt to prove that he's not narrow minded after all, he will be taking a look at dual gauge operation from both the prototype and the modeler's perspective, focusing on the ET and WNC, but looking at other railroads as well. I'd now like to introduce our next presenter, MMR member Dean Smith.
Well, thank you, Speed. Appreciate it. Last clinic that I did, I got an email from Phil Taylor, who asked about perhaps doing a clinic on the dual gauge operation on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, which really got me thinking. And I contacted Chris Ford, Johnny Graybeal, Curtis Brookshire. And we really had a great conversation about it. In fact, it inspired Johnny enough to write an article about the dual gauge at Bimberg, which was in the last HON3 annual. But brief review, people who may not know my railroad a whole lot, although you should. The East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, Linville River Railway, ran from Johnson City, Tennessee to Boone, North Carolina, a distance of 66 miles. Most of it was narrow gauge. When I first learned about the railroad, it was from way back in 1981, a railroad you can model article by Jim Kelly in Model Railroader, and obviously narrow gauge on the Blue Ridge. Well, we are narrow gauge, but there's also, which we're going to be talking about, the importance of the dual gauge along in the operation. So there we've got some maps. We've got there on the left is from Johnson City to Boone. That's the 66 miles. And on the right, from Johnson City, just past Elizabethton to O'Brien, is where the ET ran dual gauge operation, which, as we will find out, was extremely important. Now, the narrow gauge endured for obvious reasons. I mean, when you talk about the ET and WNC, you're going to think narrow gauge. And a lot of reasons for that. One that was vitally important to the people of the mountains. One of my favorite stories, they asked a little mountain woman one time, probably in the 30s, and says, "Why does everyone love this railroad so much?" And she paused and thought for a minute and said, she says, "Well, it's because it's the onlyest railroad around." So it definitely was loved by the people of the mountains. And then we got some pictures here of why. It's, again, beautiful scenery, just wonderful modeling perspectives. One of the issues with, there you see two of the bridges in the gorge. Again, I'm going through the, why I modeled both of these scenes. They're wonderful to model. They also had, the ET also had industry on the narrow gauge. One of the issues with narrow gauge, of course, it's one of the reasons it led to its demise, was because if you're hauling some on narrow gauge, if the commodities are going to go somewhere else someday, they've got to get transferred somehow to a standard gauge railroad, which is going to be the crux of what we talk in a little bit. But these are pictures of the large iron mine that was at Cranberry, which was the reason the ET was built in the first place, was to haul iron ore from Cranberry, North Carolina, to the furnace at Johnson City, Tennessee. Also, was a huge sawmill at Shull's Mills for quite a while, which provided a great deal of traffic for the narrow gauge. The ET also marketed the, not quaint necessarily, but the scenic view. They really pushed the scenic, beautiful realm of the ET. Here's on the left is a prototype excursion flyer. On the right is one that my daughter helped me make for my railroad, the VIDA division. And I love the one, if you read there, it says, "Spend a day of wholesome pleasuring in the land of the sky." So they really did push passenger service and particularly excursions. And here's some pictures of some of these excursion trains. You see young and old. We're just all excited for some wholesome pleasuring in the beauty of the mountains. The railroad also made postcards. The left is a prototype postcard. The right, again, that's my postcard from the Vida division with a photograph of my Doe River Gorge. It's obvious to tell that prototype was colorized because the ET never had a red passenger car in its life. They always were green. But this was a very active marketing point. Another thing they pushed on was Kodaking. I love that word. At Party Point, the excursion trains would stop, and the passengers would be able to get out and record their experiences forever on their Kodaks. Cy Crumley actually even went to New York to do a movie short called the Tennessee Tweetsie, and again they played up the mountain, the moonshine carrying old folks quite a bit. Not that it wasn't true, but this definitely was something that they played up. And of course, they had to have cows on the track. This is from another clinic I did where I did a scrapbook on my railroad, and you can see there where lots of cows. Bossy ended up on the tracks a lot during those excursion trips. And then in the upper left, you can of course see where had the same problem on the Vida division. But let's look now. The main crux of what we're going to talk about is the dual gauge operation and the important role it played in the history of the ET. Okay. The railroad boasted dual gauge trackage, again, from Johnson City to Elizabethton, a distance of 12 miles. And you can see a picture of the standard gauge boxcar with a narrow gauge boxcar to the left. Now, what happened in the 20s is the narrow gauge really started to take a hit for many reasons. That sawmill we talked about at Shoals Mills, the lumber was gone, and that sawmill shut down forever in 1929. 25, I'm sorry. The mine was shut down forever in 29. So the biggest customers for the railroad were closing down rapidly before the Depression, and then certainly into the Depression. Another thing that really hurt the railroad was the ever-improving roads and trucking services. Now, the ET was not just a railroad service. They also had a trucking and a busing line, and so they actually helped cut themselves out of things through improving their own trucking system. Two, the railroad hauled a lot of asphalt and gravel to improve the roads that ended up helping spell the railroad's demise. The bottom picture is perhaps the very first TOFC car in existence, where they hauled truck trailers between Johnson City and Boone. A funny story that showed just what happened was at one time in the railroad, if you stopped at Linville and on the passenger train and had a dealing with the station manager, and then you'd take the train further on down to Newland, it was very likely that you would meet the same person at Newland, because they hired one station manager, and he would meet the train at Linville and then hop into his Model T and race the train to Newland to get there before the train did. So again, it's a real good indication of the future of passenger trains in the mountains. But now, interestingly enough, with the demise of all that, the ETW&C made a profit every year during the Great Depression, except for 1929. And even in 1929, they lost less than $1,000. Now you wonder, how did that happen? Well, as Johnny Graybeal likes to point out, told me the other day, he says, if you think they did not keep the trains running by giving little old ladies free rides on the train to take their eggs to market, something else had to be going on with the ET that allowed it to pay its bills. And so one way to look at it is, as Johnny pointed out, is perhaps in one way, financially, you might look at the ET as a standard gauge railroad with a narrow gauge branch. And interestingly enough, during most of the 30s, financially, the ET was a dual gauge standard gauge railroad without owning any standard gauge equipment, no locomotives, no cars, and yet they primarily were paying the bills through standard gauge traffic. And again, the standard gauge track, it ran the ET&W and C, later renamed the East Tennessee Railway because it hadn't been to North Carolina since 1950. It continued to run between Johnson City and Elizabethton until 2005. And today, even today, the East Tennessee Railway still exists as an interchange. It interchanges cars between the CSX and the Norfolk Southern in Johnson City. So the East Tennessee Railway is still a going concern. But again, from 1950 till 2005, ran, but of course, standard gauge by that point. Here's a few pictures of the dual gauge trackage at Elizabethton and Bimberg. See the three rail with the narrow gauge locomotives and standard gauge cars. The beginning of the dual gauge with coal chute, the Southern Railroad was charging exorbitant prices for hauling commodities, particularly coal. So the railroad found it in its own interest to dual gauge trackage from Johnson City to just past Elizabethton, a little town called O'Brien, where they built coal chute, which is where coal was hauled by standard gauge cars with the ET would haul them there, and then they use those the coal chute to coal the locomotives. And coal chute was just a large concrete bunker building. The standard gauge cars were brought in, coal was dumped, and then the coal was hand shoveled onto little hand carts and then loaded into the locomotives. And wonderful model of coal chute, which is at the George L. Carter Museum at East Tennessee State University in Johnson City, shows how it would have looked in the heyday. Of course, mine to furnace, the reason the ET was built in the first place was to haul iron ore from Cranberry, North Carolina, to the furnace in Johnson City. Again, narrow gauge all the way, but also a furnace requires a whole lot more than just raw ore. So a map here, courtesy of my good friend Chris Ford. See, there's a map of the Cranberry furnace where you can see where the Southern and the Clinchfield railroads also had service there, and then the ET had dual gauge again, so they could rather than having to transfer from one gauge to the other, everybody could play. And there's a picture, again, a map from Chris on Johnson City, where you can see where the Clinchfield and the Southern met the ET in Johnson City. And there we have the a map courtesy of me, my Google Maps satellite photo of the dual gauge track at Johnson City on my ET&W and C Vita Division Railroad. Primarily, we use the dual gauge operation. The standard gauge operation adds a whole lot to the excitement of an operating session. In fact, just had a wonderful session last night. Not able to model all the way to Bimberg, but there you can see the what I've done with the dual gauge. And then, since it's Google Maps, got to talk about conspiracy theorists a little bit. And this is how conspiracy theorists may view how Google Maps are made. It was a fun project. Took the pictures and then pieced them together. So I have fun doing stuff like that. My furnace on the Vita Division, I didn't have room for a large model. So fortunately, my friend John Waite, my late friend John Waite, had a beautiful S-scale model of the furnace made, which is now on display at the at ETSU, and I was able to take a photograph of that and mount it on the at Johnson City on the backdrop. So that's where all those coal and ore go. And on the left, you can see the difference between a standard gauge car bringing in coal or coke, and then the narrow gauge hopper bringing in ore from the mine. Many other industries were served in Johnson City by all three of the railroads. I won't list them out in words, but you can read them there. And again, so there's a lot of switching activity there. This would be a wonderful switching layout if anybody was interested in taking that route. But again, able to move cars without having to worry about, changing, from one car to the other for the most part. And there's some photographs of some of the, we call the locals called it broad gauge. Of course, you had the ET and then the broad gauge. And some photographs of some Clinchfield traffic in Johnson City or headed into Johnson City, and the Southern as well. And there on the left is the Southern 3783, and on the right is the Vida Division's 3854. And I know I need to get busy doing some weathering, but I'll get to it soon. For a few years, the dual gauge went all the way to Hampton. There was a sawmill at Hampton, and for only a couple of years, so that track over that iconic covered deck bridge was dual gauge for a couple of years. Now, one little vestige remains of that I was able to model on the Vida Division, and that's Tunnel 1 was bored to standard gauge bore, whereas narrow gauge, the others are narrow gauge. So you see here, yeah, whoops, sorry about that. So you've got the different sized tunnels, the standard gauge bore going into Hampton, and then the narrow gauge bore going into the gorge. Now onward to Elizabethton, and here's where the finances come into play, because the ET and W&C was all by our lonesome. And there was several industries at Elizabethton that depended on the ET for hauling cars from Johnson City into Elizabethton. And again, being dual gauge, they were able to bring the cars that were interchanged at Johnson City straight into Elizabethton without having to change gauges. And then things really changed in 1925. Elizabethton lobbied very hard to get 2 rayon plants built in Bimberg, or which is part of Elizabethton. And this is where the huge influx in standard gauge operation happened. Before that, in 1904, they were hauling coal, like I said, and also they were hauling coke in, because again, it was all financial. It had to do with the exorbitant rates that the Southern was charging. So they would have coke delivered to Elizabethton and then haul it to the furnace. But in 1925, this changed with the construction of the 2 plants. Again, there's a map of Elizabethton again from Chris, where you can see those 2 plants, and then there's a close up. So a huge industrial area. This little shout out to Andy Zimmerman, his last clinic, and thanks for the plug on my water clinic. But this will make a wonderful module, or maybe a couple modules put together. This will make just a great switching module. But when the rayon plants looked at Elizabethton, they were promised pure water, good prices for coal, cheap labor, which became an issue. You don't read a lot about that, but as I said, that the labor force would be cheap and compliant, and also a big push was that the fact there would be excellent train service from the ET, which they were able to live up to. So. And again, advertising, like always, there's a postcard of the shows just how huge the plant was, and there's the plant ran into the 1990s. That's a photograph that I took back in like 1988. So the rayon plants actually were in existence until, like I said, well into the 1990s, I believe. Couple photographs again of Bimberg. There's the station still exists. And they're watering it where it could have served, both standard and narrow gauge locomotives. Okay, rayon production requires some pretty nasty chemicals, and this is where money can be made. Sodium hydroxide, carbon disulfide delivered in tank cars, as well as pulpwood, cotton, and coal, requiring any number of Gons, boxcars, and hopper cars. These cars were brought in on standard gauge through the Southern and the Clinchfield to Johnson City, and then the ET provided the bridge service getting these cars from Johnson City to Elizabethton. I didn't own any of the cars, but they hauled them. The finished product was shipped out in boxcars, again through Johnson City. And of course, the waste effluent was dumped into the Watauga River, which, yay. Now, the cheap and compliant workforce ended up, again, you don't read a lot about this, but there was some pretty amazing labor unrest even in the late 1920s, where these compliant mountain workers said, no, we're not going to be treated this way. And there was some violence. There was actually a few deaths. But by 1929, they pretty much had it worked out, and the workers were able to win some pretty important concessions. The ET hauled passengers from the mountains down into Bimberg and also from Johnson City, although they the roads that only lasted for a few years because those pesky roads. Now, how did you move it? No, this is how the ET did it, and this is what's really interesting how they did it. Remember, I mentioned that they did it without standard gauge equipment. So the in the late 20s, they had two locomotives that they primarily used. They used the narrow gauge number 7, which is one of the largest narrow gauge locomotives ever built in 1906. And then they had the 828 that they bought from the Norfolk and Southern, and they thought this is the engine that we would use to be switching the standard gauge cars. But unfortunately, the 828 was an absolute lemon. It was just no ends of problems with it. In fact, it was out of service by 1931 and scrapped by 1936. So throughout the entire 30s, the number 7 handled the bulk of the standard gauge traffic between Johnson City and Elizabethton. Now, if you remember, they've been doing this since 1902, so they had the facilities to do it, the ability to do it. But then you might ask, how did they move standard gauge equipment with narrow gauge locomotives? Well, introducing the swivel coupler. I know of no other railroads that did this. For years, we said it was a patented device. Johnny searched high and low and was never able to find a patent for it. But what the ET did was they had swivel couplers on their locomotives, and they heighted them at 31 inches, narrow gauge being 28, standard gauge 33. So they hit the middle. And then, as you can see, if they were hauling the narrow gauge, they would have it in the center. And then to haul standard gauge cars, they would pivot it to one side or the other. That was real hard on the number 7. You can imagine it spent most of its life pulling things off center, and it had to be completely reframed and rebuilt in 1925. But that engine did the bulk of the work until almost the end of the 1930s. And there, when we were visiting years later in the 80s, we found the actual couplers. So that was in the engine house at Johnson City. So there you can see how they worked. They also need to raise up those couplers a little bit higher. They did that a few ways. One, they introduced what they call the jack-up arch bar truck, which they took an arch bar. You can see they just they squeezed it together to jack it up a little bit. And they also use larger wheels on some of the trucks. You can see there just how large those wheels are. They're 33-inch diameter wheels, again, to get that coupler height up to 28 inches so that the locomotives could hit the difference and be able to haul the cars effectively while still being able to handle standard gauge traffic. Well, how do I do it? Okay, well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I hope I'm a pretty good modeler, but the thought of making a functioning 3-position coupler in HO scale kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies. So I compromised, and what I do is I just converted all my standard gauge cars to a narrow gauge height, and I just use 714 KDs on all my cars. You see the difference on the left, the prototype. You can see that, the difference in the heights, all three. You can see the narrow gauge car and the standard gauge car and then the locomotive. Whereas on the right, you can see where I've dropped the couplers down. Works really, really well. Use a little pick and there we got some pictures of actually in operation. And although it is off center, there's enough play in the system that the couplers never had any problem at all switching the standard gauge cars with the narrow gauge engines. By rule, you're not supposed to move standard gauge cars with narrow gauge cars and vice versa because they wouldn't line up. I'm not always at Johnson City watching, so I can't attest whether or not the crew ever cheats on that rule or not, but you're not supposed to do it. Later years of the narrow gauge, the 7 was wearing out, and so they did start purchasing some standard gauge locomotives to handle the traffic. Toward the end of the railroad, the 3-foot gauge was actually removed between Johnson City and Elizabethton, so the narrow gauge just ran from Elizabethton to Cranberry. The floods of in 1940 washed out the Linville River Railway, so the railroad by 1940 only ran to Cranberry, and so they started handling the traffic primarily, only with standard gauge cars. In 1935, they got a fireless cooker. Now, they were still using the narrow gauge cars at that time, but obviously, like I said, rayon makes some nasty chemicals and fumes. So in 1935, they purchased a fireless cooker to do all the switching at Bemberg. Again, talking about a nodular layout, what a wonderful scene this would be to have that little cooker, moving around, switching cars at Bemberg. And a few more pictures of it. And obtaining one of these is actually not too difficult, because Apogee Locomotive Works now markets a shell specifically for that engine, and it's designed to mount on the Bachmann Spectrum 060T. So it would be an actual easy conversion if anyone wanted to do that. I have not done that. I've thought about it. I have no need for it, but it'd be awfully darn cool. So maybe someday when I'm looking for something extra to do, that might be a project that I'll entertain. Okay, get by with a little help from my friends. It's a couple of fascinating photographs. This is the number 11, right at the end of its life. It's probably the last job it did before it was scrapped. The 204, the standard gauge engine had derailed, so they used the number 11 to help it to get her back on track. It would be it'd be a really fun scene to mock up on your layout. There were other dual gauge railroads. The East Broad Top had dual gauge trackage, as did the Denver and Rio Grande Western and Antonito. Again, just the 3 rail. Now, how did they do it? How did other folks dual gauge? Like I said, the ET is the only railroad I'm aware of that used swivel couplers. So most other railroads used idler cars. This also can be modeled. First of all, here's a picture of an idler car in use on the Denver Rio Grande Western, moving that Rock Island standard gauge car. My good friend Ken Anderson, he's got 2 idler cars. He named one Biscuits and the other Gravy, and was kind enough to send me these photographs of them in action, so you can see again where the cars have got narrow gauge and standard gauge couplers on both ends, so they can be used to push cars around without changing couplers. That's one disadvantage to what I do is my standard gauge cars are all proprietary for the Vita division. I can't really use them anywhere else because of the alterations I've made in the couplers. Now a few more pictures of Biscuits and Gravy. Now, how did we got John Allen? Those of you remember my very first model railroader I ever bought had the eulogy to John Allen on it in 1973, and he had the Devil's Gulch and Hellengone. Did not have any actual dual gauge trackage. That one is a little mocked up there. You can see in his little map, but he still used and can be very effective. Use standard gauge cars and then move narrow gauge cars up to him. How did he choose? What did he use for motive power? Well, he used Emma. Again, a really fun, famous photograph. There's his John Allen Stegosaurus, the number 13, moving a narrow gauge car on his layout. A few pictures of switching action in Johnson City, and then a few pictures of dual gauge operation on my railroad. You can see one of my favorite pictures. You can see that the standard gauge cars have been brought in and being switched there at the far end. I believe that's probably the number 5 at this point, doing the work. How do I handle it? It's very, very simple. There's a staging yard above my dispatcher's office. Some of you may have seen my clinic on that, but there's just stage there until the operating session. And then there's a real simple switch list So the first job of many of the Johnson City Yardmaster is to collect up all of the standard gauge cars that are spotted at Johnson City at the beginning of the operating session, and then once that's blocked, and then sometime during the session, the little Southern engine pulls in the block and drops those off, takes out the others, and then the new cars are set out based on the switch list there. And there's a picture of the arrival of the standard gauge local. And a few more pictures of switching action going on. A car is being dropped off there. It's a car that Ken made for me, the Watauga Creek and Southern. And you can see again the difference in the sizes between the standard gauge and the narrow gauge cars. And get a picture of my furnace, and then also, and we'll get to it in a little bit, the transfer trestle. There's an engine dropping off the standard gauge tank car and a hopper car on top of the the transfer trestle, which we'll get to in a minute. No discussion of this is complete without the great wreck of 19, where the standard gauge ends, as you can see there at the bridge. And my good friend Tom McKenzie was his first day as the Johnson City Yardmaster, and he was not aware of that, and pulled a string of standard gauge cars out onto the bridge, and you can see what happened. They all ended up in the Doe River. He was fired, of course, summarily, but then Sherm Pippin, the shop steward, the union rep, went to bat for him, and believe it or not, the management did not have that sign, which you can see there at the time, and so they took full responsibility. And Mr. McKenzie was reinstated, and the only thing worse for wear is he now forever will be Short Rail McKenzie on the VITA division. How do you transfer stuff? Again, that's what ended up ultimately leading to the demise of narrow gauge railroading, was the bruise strength and awkwardness was the way a lot of it was done. So as labor costs went up, of course, it became more and more prohibitive to make the transfers. There's a wonderful picture of, I think it's from 1915, of some standard gauge cars that were brought. That's a narrow gauge engine in the front, but you can see how that sand was loaded, lots of shovels. So brute strength and awkwardness, as my daddy would have said. There's some pictures of some transferring being done on the Denver and Rio Grande Western and the EBT. Same kind of thing, just having to pick it up and move it. And there's some more pictures of me along the VITA division, where I've got that team platform that I've built, so you can spot cars there. And then, of course, a side-by-side transfer. My good friend Doc Tom, he again, like what John Allen does, is there's no actual dual gauge trackage at all. It's just the fact that he'll spot a standard gauge car there. That's real effective for showing the size difference between the narrow and the standard gauge, particularly in O scale. Transfer trestle, as I mentioned, letting gravity lend a hand. This is an iconic building at Johnson City, or a structure at Johnson City. Again, you see where they brought standard gauge tank cars and hopper cars up to transfer into the narrow gauge. There they are. They actually cold locomotives. That's how we do it on the VITA division. That's how the locomotives are cold. I didn't have room for coal chute, so we take the locomotives down to the transfer trestle. And there it is again on the VITA division. It's really cool. The way that they transferred the gasoline was they just had a tube, and they held the tube up and turned on the valves, and I guess they told people not to smoke while they were doing it. Probably not the safest thing, but that's how it was done. Another really fun way if you don't want to move stuff between cars is, how about switching out trucks? And this was done in a couple of ways. A Ramsey transfer occurred primarily in Pennsylvania. There were several models of this, but what they did was that there was a trough there, as you can see, and those beams were put under the passenger cars, underneath the freight car, and they were rolled out onto that thing, and then the trucks went down below, and the trucks were switched out, and then the car was rolled back, and the trucks were, so they would actually switch trucks between narrow and standard gauge trucks. And thanks to my good friend, here's first of all a picture of a prototype Ramsey transfer. There, instead, they're using a horse to move the trucks into position. And then thanks to my good friend George Pearson, there's a model. It's actually a working model of a Ramsey trestle, so you can see there how it operates. So that's a chicken car. Again, they're going to do this primarily with loads that might be difficult to switch back and forth. And there's the track work that's involved. Again, you have to go to 4-rail track instead of 3 because you've got to center the trucks in between. And down below you can see the polling pocket. And here's a closer view of the polling that George has modeled, so you can actually use a pole to push the car into position. It's a lot of fun to see operate. And I don't have a whole lot of pictures of it. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I do know that the East Broad Top used a crane to pick up cars and swap trucks. I didn't get contacted by any East Broad Top modelers. If there's any out there that would be interested in getting in touch with me, I'd love to learn more about how the EBT did things. Okay, now finally, let's take a look at the elephant in the room. We're talking dual gauge railroading. Okay, the big elephant in the room is obtaining and creating dual gauge trackage, because a dual gauge turnout can be a little bit intimidating. First of all, track is readily available for microengineering. Code 70 flex track, that's what I use. My dual gauge is all code 70, and then all my standard gauge, my narrow gauge past Johnson City is all code 55. There are commercial turnouts available. Found those online from Jamestown Trains. A little pricey, but for what you get, regular turnouts aren't cheap anymore. Fast Tracks makes jigs for all 4 versions of dual gauge turnouts, and this all is an HO, because you have to, depending on which way the track is positioned, where that third rail goes, there's actually 4 different iterations of the turnouts. You make sure you get it lined up the right way. Shinohara, if you can find them, Shinohara made dual gauge turnouts. I was so fortunate back in the early mid 80s. A friend of mine was getting out of HO scale, and I was able to buy a whole passel of Shinohara turnouts from him for relatively cheap. They work great. I'm real happy with them. When we use primarily narrow gauge cars, locomotives and cars are switched on those, switch a little bit of standard gauge. They work real well if you can find them. And again, they haven't been made in years. If you have a reverse loop like I do, you're going to have to have a repositioning track, which again was the Shinohara product. Grade separation turnouts look hard, but they're not. There's one from the Johnson, my railroad. You can see it's nothing but that third rail on the outside for standard and narrow gauge. Use that, of course, when you're splitting off where you're not going to have, you're not going to need dual gauge past that. And then down below, I believe that was built by my friend John Masura, is a scratch built dual gauge turnout. If you can build a turnout in just regular turnout, you can build a dual gauge. They're a little tricky because you've got all those additional frogs, but it's definitely doable. And then here's a picture from George Pearson's layout again of a crossing between narrow and standard gauge track, and then where he transitions from 3-rail to 4-rail to go into the Ramsey transfer. And when you look at turntables, for the most part, you think that you would have to go to 4-rail. There's a photograph of the dual gauge turntable at Alamosa, where you can see where they've centered so you could turn the locomotive and it'll still line up. But that's not really necessary. I have no idea where this picture comes from, but it's obviously real. And you can see that there is a turntable with that stays with a 3-rail and doesn't go to 4, which Dave Yaddick did. I visited his layout in Tacoma when I was there for the convention a few months ago, and you can see where he's got his turntable, where he's got the 4 tracks, but they line up when they turn. And if he wants to, it's a really cool way he does it. If he wants to turn the locomotive, you can see up on the right, there's a escape track that is just narrow gauge. So he can turn a locomotive and then drop it off, and then the locomotive leaves on that track and then comes back around. And so you can reverse a locomotive without going to 4-rail trackage. My good friend Randy Meyer out of St. Louis is in the process of building an SN3. His SN3 Canyon and Rocky Mountain Railroad has dual gauge. And you see he's in the process of building his turntable. It's not done yet, but it's operational, I believe. And he's gone to 4-rail. Again, you can have a lot of the benefits of dual gauge operation and not do anything with track at all. again, just by having, spotting standard gauge cars, if you're a narrow gauge model railroader, or I guess the other way around, spotting narrow gauge cars. But you see, Doc Tom has got in the background, you can see his transfer trestle, and he spots his standard gauge cars there, and then uses those during operating sessions for spots to place his narrow gauge. Burr Stewart, wonderful railroad, again in the Tacoma, Seattle areas, Burlington Northern and Denver and Rio Grande Western HO scale railroad. I believe that fueling facility was built for him by Robin Peel. But you can see again there, we're doing switching with a mine, just not a whole lot of dual gauge trackage, a little bit. And then Gary Jordan from the same area has got 3 gauges. He's got 00 and 3 and 0 and 2. And again, a little bit of dual gauge trackage, but also a whole lot of interchange by proximity. So the ET, the ET and WNC had it all. From major industries, that one model there, it's a model at the Carter Museum of their mine, Cranberry Mine, the sawmill, Bimberg, the furnace. They also had breathtaking scenery, which is everything. The middle photograph is from my good friend, my late friend John Waits and Sharon Waits' layout that was in Jefferson City. His magnificent model of the Doe River Gorge. He had it all. You could do whatever you want with the railroad. You can handle anything. Tell you what, not that this is a commercial for the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, but we're always interested in getting more people interested in modeling that Eastern stuff. Those who love her, she may have been a standard gauge in a pocketbook, but she will always be narrow gauge in our hearts. And so again, it works either way. Tweetsy lives. If you're ever lucky enough to be in Blowing Rock, North Carolina, make sure you go to Tweetsy Railroad. You can see the number 12 and also the 190 Yukon Queen from Y Pass in Yukon. Applies the rails there as well. And then it's a wonderful, fun trip. And then we're going to wrap it up at the end of the day. I was so lucky to get this photograph. This was at the end of the day at our last convention there, and the guys are just checking to make sure people are safely detraining. And I just happened to catch that picture, which probably will remain one of my favorite photos that I've ever taken. It's kind of a nice way to wrap up the clinic. To finish up, I'd like to thank George Pearson, and with his Tuscarora Valley Railroad, Ken Anderson with the Watauga Creek and Southern, or we also call it the We Spit and Chew, Doc Tom, ET&WNC and ON3 Railroad, Dave Yaddick and his Dry Gulch and Western, Gary Jordan with his Gilpin Tram, the George L. Carter Museum with its fantastic ET&WNC HO scale layout. That's a must-see if you're ever in Johnson City area. Randy Meyer with his SN3 Canyon and Rocky Mountain Railroad. Burr Stewart with his Burlington Northern and Denver and Rio Grande Western. Sharon and John with their SN3 ET&WNC Railroad, which unfortunately doesn't exist anymore except in photographs, memories, and in our hearts. I want to thank Chris Ford, Johnny Graybill, Curtis Brookshire for the historical information. It's been really exciting conversations have happened. Again, I want to thank Phil Taylor for kind of getting this ball rolling with that email a few months ago. And of course, the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad Historical Society. If you want to know more about the ET, that's where you'd want to start. So anyway, as always on my clinics, this train is bound for glory. The brakeman has resigned. A wonderful book by Mark Vonnegut, who's going to be Kurt's boy. I want to thank you for attending my clinic. My contact information is there. If you have any questions, of course, I'll be open for those now. And if you want to send me, you can email me or get a hold of me any number of ways. And interested in sharing any other information. If anybody's out there, hey, I'm modeling dual gauge and this is how I do it, please get a hold of me because it's just really opened up a lot of fun and excitement for me. So that being said, I'm at 44 minutes. So I guess I've wrapped up. So I'm open for any questions if there are any.
Did you mention a Google Maps conspiracy?
I did.
Can you tell us?
I did. This huge monster holds a photo camera up above the ground and takes a picture. And he doesn't have to worry about falling off the edge because the Earth is flat. Yeah. There you go.
Where could someone find the track plan of the original?
Oh, easy. Contact the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Historical Society. We've got a plethora of information. We've got Chris Ford makes the entire catalog of the old Blue Ridge Stemwinder newsletters available. He's got fantastic maps that were included as part of the Blue Ridge Stemwinder book that John Waite and Chris, I'm sorry, put together several years ago. But you get a hold of Chris Ford, you get all the maps you want, and they're just phenomenal and very, very helpful.
Cool. Have you ever seen any examples of dual gauge O or ON30 modeling?
No, and I had an interesting conversation with Chris Lane about that as to why. And the problem is that with ON30, the difference between the tracks is only it's like 53% to 47% where you center that third rail. So honestly, I guess you could model it to be fine, but it's going to look like Lionel 3-rail. So
okay.
no, I have not seen any of that.
Now, you mentioned how to obtain a fireless cooker for Bamberg.
Mm-hmm.
How difficult would it be to create a model of the ET and WNC number 7?
Actually, not too difficult. If you can get one, they're still pretty available on eBay. But those old, those wonderful model die casting 280 kits back from the 80s, maybe. They're big. Everyone's is saying, oh, they're too big for narrow gauge. Well, not if you're modeling the number 7, because it was one of the largest narrow gauge engines ever made. And basically, you drop the pilot truck, so you get an 080. And then Johnny mentioned, and he did an article, Johnny Graybill, about all the locomotives of the ET. I think it was in 2021 in the Narrow Gauge and Shoreline Gazettes. And he's got one article that's dedicated, I believe it's just to the number 7. And there's drawings and there's discussion on how to do it. There's like an 060 roundhouse boiler that is almost a perfect fit. With that kit, if you model the conversions after 1925, because it was a slope back tender until then, but then they boxed the tender to increase the coal load. So a very credible model can be made of that. In fact, my friend George Pearson right now is putting one together for me. I do a lot of my own work, but I'm good friends with George, and he does magnificent work, so I don't mind throwing a little bit his way. So I'm in the process of having one made right now.
Now, you said the number 7 was the biggest. So what was their smallest engine?
Oh, well, shoot. Let's see. Well, the smallest engine was a little dinky engine that ran in and out of the Cranberry mine. But the smaller engines, they ran, the number 8 was a 10-wheeler that was pretty small. That ran early. Then they replaced it with the second 8. The consolidations, if you're modeling the ET, the consolidations, the 280s can Blackstone makes if you can get one, the Blackstone RGS engines, the C19s, I think. They work real well, and they make a Western Rail, maybe somebody makes a conversion kit, and I apologize if I got the company wrong. A 3D printed conversion kit that has a new tender shell, a new cab shell. So converting a Blackstone to ET prototype is not too hard. What I've done, since I'm now a member of the Mud Hens modular group, so I'm also dabbling a little bit in that Western stuff, is I've got a Rio Grande Southern 41 Blackstone that I was going to convert, and now I won't, because I can also use it for the Mud Hens. But also, I just use it at Johnson City as a switcher. So I just tell everybody that RGS really stands for really good switcher. So I get away with that. Again, it's a Vital division, so we're going to have some fun.
And if you get your hands on another one, you will convert that one?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, I sure will. I've got 3. I got 3 Blackstones, and I love them. But yeah, if I could get my hands on another one for a reasonable price, absolutely. They're wonderful engines.
Cool. So you mentioned that the standard gauge continued until 2005. Can you tell a little bit about that history?
Yeah, I would love it if someone would want to model that. One, they because Clarence Hobbs, who was the superintendent for years on the railroad, hated diesels, and almost as much as John Allen. So until his death in, I think it was 1967, the ET continued to run steam engines and then steam locomotives, and then in 2000 in 2000 and I mean in 1967 they traded two Southern engines, steam engines, just even up for to the Southern for two RS3s. And again, I'm not a big diesel guy, but if I'm going to be a diesel guy, I love those RS3 Alcos. And they the 209 and the 210 ran for years on the switching the now standard gauge. And again, it'd be a 12-mile short line between the two. A wonderful switching layout. You've got the smokeless cooker, which I talked about, the fireless cooker, which would just be a wonderful engine to have. Then later, they when they got rid of the RS3s, and then they went with RS32s for years. Then they ran some Jeep 10s. Today, there's, like I said, in 2005, the track was the East Tennessee Railway ended existence to Elizabethton. That trail now is it's a wonderful. I mean, it's not as good as a railroad, but the Tweetsy Trail. If you want to hike the old roadbed, you can do it all the way from Johnson City to Elizabethton. And there's hope and talk about continuing that all the way toward Hampton, where the trail might even, knock on wood, and wouldn't this be wonderful, actually go through Tunnel 1. But today, the East Tennessee Railway still exists, and they work within Johnson City, and they transfer cars in between the CSX and Norfolk Southern. So yeah, anybody that might be interested in modeling the standard gauge later, I'd love to see it. My friend Mike Coffey years ago did an article in the Blue Ridge Stemwinder. Again, you can get that from Chris Ford, the whole set, if you want, on building a model of the RS3. So yeah, it'd be easy to do and very cool.
So did you just answer the next question, not knowing any modeling of the ET and WNC post narrow gauge?
Well, again, I don't know much, but again, you think of the ET. I mean, I do. You think of the ET, you think of narrow gauge. But I'm just kind of opening that up. If anybody is now, there may be some guys in our group, in our IO groups doing it, but I'm not aware of it offhand. And so, if anybody is modeling in that era, boy, I'd love to know about it and get the name out, get the word out. And if anyone's interested in doing that, it would be just an absolute phenomenally fun, exciting, and active switching layout. So yeah, that's a plug.
So last question. Someone mentions eat taters and wear no clothes.
There you go. Every time, no complaint.
Are there more of these alternative names?
Well, I know there's the eat taters and wear no clothes. I know there's and thanks for bringing that up. There's the every time with no complaint, because Johnny Graybeal, and how could I not mention this? Johnny, he has, since he for years now, he is writes and puts together, edits the new newsletter for our historical society, which is called Every Time with No Complaint. And so lots and lots of information there. There's, when I got interested in the ET back in the early 80s, there was almost nothing published out there. Mal Farrell's book Tweetsy Country was about all there was, and nothing against it. It was a great introductory book to the railroad. But now there's just a plethora of information out there. So I always call it the ET. I know nothing wrong with Tweetsy. There's some question, a lot of just where that moniker was used. Some people say it was more in North Carolina than Tennessee. I don't know. Nothing wrong with it. We usually, when we're talking about the railroad, we either call it the ET, or when I'm talking about my railroad, since I've added, I've got Oscar the Grouch in Johnson City. I'm not going to apologize for that. Gandalf in the Gorge. I just call my railroad the Vida Division, or the ET Vida Division. So yeah, there you go. Eat taters and wear no clothes.
Dean, thank you very, very much. I believe everybody had some fun learning about a new railroad, maybe.
Right. Or at least a new aspect of a railroad.
Correct.
So, well, thank you, Speed. Always enjoy it. So appreciate it.
Be safe. Just a reminder to
Absolutely.
everybody else, Dean might show up in the breakout rooms. I believe they are at the top of the chat here in YouTube, and they were also pasted in the Facebook feed. So please meet Dean over there and ask some more ET questions.
Okay.
Cool. Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician has been retired for many years. He enjoys woodworking, beer brewing, motorcycle riding, and guitar playing, to name only a few of his hobbies. He had been involved in model rotoring for over 40 years, all in HO scale. Known as Extreme Tool Junkie, he loves to share his many tool stories. So for lasers, tasers, we have Gary Martin. With a little catch is that we're having some audio issues with Gary right now. So we're going to play his video and solve the problem while you're watching. Brad, please roll the video.
Welcome to the Coyote Pacific Railroad. Grab a beer, maybe coffee, or whatever you would like. Sit back and let's chat about why a laser cutter might be a great tool in your model railroad toolbox. It is truly an honor for me to be able to speak with you today about possibly adding a CNC laser unit into your model railroad toolbox. Now, we're going to discuss mainly two different kinds of lasers: CO2 laser and a diode laser. If you've got the money, buy a good CO2 laser. For a hobbyist such as myself, I have found that the diode laser works just great for what I need to do. When deciding what laser to purchase, you'll find there are probably going to be a couple parameters that you're going to want to have fulfilled in your system. First is the size of the cutting area. I have seen units as small as 4 1/4 by 4 3/4 inches, but that really limits the size of what you might be able to cut. I decided to go with an 18-inch by 32-inch cutting area. That gives me plenty of room to have multiple setups and be able to cut them all at once. Second is the power of your laser. CO2 lasers start about 40-watt output and go on up the scale. Diode lasers start clear down in the mini-watt area and go up to about 20 watts. A side note, oftentimes diode laser manufacturers refer to their systems in wattage-wise as the input wattage rather than the output wattage. Input wattage is what is needed to run the entire system. Output wattage is the amount of power the laser itself puts out. So, when comparing different lasers, be sure to compare output wattage. So, how powerful of a laser do you really need? Here's an example of a piece of pine 3/8 of an inch thick that was cut by a 10-watt diode laser. The laser speed was 200 millimeters per minute at 70% power. It took 6 passes to make a full cut. Actually, quite impressive. Now, cutting a 1/16 inch basswood for the walls of our buildings is done at 250 millimeters per minute at 40% power and 1 pass. As you can see, a diode laser works great for what I needed to do for my model railroad. Finally, what else do you need to purchase to make your laser cutting system ready to use? Now, I refer to it as a system because it is multiple components that need to be put together beyond the laser unit itself. Now, when I was looking at a 55-watt CO2 laser, well, after the salesperson got done telling me all the things I needed to add to it to have it as a complete and ready-to-go system, the cost that I was looking at was 3 times what the cost of the original laser unit. Gives you a really good example of how the cost of a laser system is not just the cost of the unit. So let's go through what my system ended up costing me. The laser unit itself was $600. Next was the expense of the cabinet to house the laser cutter. The housing included proper windows and an electrical system to run the various components. Cost of the cabinet was approximately $200. Laser cutting produces a lot of smoke and fumes, so I needed a smoke extraction system to remove that smoke from the cabinet and kindly escort it to the outside world. I installed a 4-inch inline fan that is very quiet and allows the smoke to be sent through a window to the outside of the building. It is also set up with a switch on the cabinet just to run the fan. Also, be sure to have vents in the front of your cabinet to allow a good airflow. Cost of the fan and hose, $37. I wanted my cabinet well lit, so I installed strips of LED lights inside the lid of the cabinet. It works off its own switch for power supply, and it is fantastic to be able to see how well I'm doing the setup, or whatever else is necessary inside the cabinet. Cost of the LED lighting, $17. The laser head itself needs a supply of compressed air. It helps keep the debris and smoke away from the cutting area, and it also helps keep the lens much cleaner. I installed a simple pump, which provides the proper liters per minute needed for the operation. Cost of the air pump, hoses, and attachments, $50. A honeycomb grid was next in order. It allows the sparks and ash to clear the work area and workpiece easily. I found the perfect size online for $50. The next part of my system, not everybody might want to do, but I found adding a camera really helped with productivity. When the housing is open, the camera looks straight down on the work surface. This allows me to click on the camera and see exactly where the workpiece is in relationship to the software. Now all I have to do is move the drawing over onto my workpiece, and I am ready to cut. This provides a perfect way of seeing exactly where I need to place the cutting diagram in reference to the workpiece. It is such a time saver. The cost of the camera, $110. Finally, you need some really good software to do your design work and then send that information off to the CNC laser cutter. Now, I know there's supposedly lots of free software online that will do this, but it's been my experience. You really do pay for what you get. So I went with Lightburn. Lightburn is a great software package, easy to set up and quick to learn. There are lots of YouTube videos showing how to do that setup and how to use the software. Cost of Lightburn software? Are you ready? A measly $60. So the total cost for my system was $1,125. And as you can see, the cost of a system definitely is a whole lot greater than just the cost of the laser unit. Keep that in mind. Your laser system is now set up and ready to go. So now it's time to enter the test time. Our first test is the ramp test to set our laser focus. Now place a strip of any kind of wood, any thickness, it doesn't matter. The key is we add an additional wedge to one side, making the whole thing a ramp. Now we run and have a laser line on this piece of wood that's on the ramp. After running the laser, we now can look at the line to see what is exactly in focus. And you'll notice the closer it seemed to get, the better in focus it was, and here's our spot. Now measure the distance from the housing to the focus point, and you can make your own focusing block. You'll be attempting to make cuts on all kinds of different woods, cardstock, paper stock, or anything else that you think you might want to cut. Now that we have our focus figured out, it's time to start cutting and learning what kind of speeds we can run and how much power will be necessary for each of the materials we want to use. As you can see, the last two were great cuts, so either one of those will work for us. This is also where taking great notes is going to be very important to you. Now, I'm old school. I bought this book for like $6 that I can log in all of my attempts, the different speeds, power, cut numbers, whatever it might be for the different materials that I attempt to cut. I call this notebook my best friend. Later, when I'm ready to make cuts in materials to build something for the model railroad, all I have to do is look it up my tests, find the exact setup for the material, and I'm ready to start cutting. A quick side note here. I never run my laser head more than 75% power. Reason? In all the research and things that I've learned, it seems that if you constantly are running the head at 100% power, it wears it out much faster. And since we have time, let's save our laser heads and run it less than 75%. It's up to you to decide when you have your system up and running. I thought I would make some suggestions of ideas that I have found useful or helpful during my laser cutting time. I made a simple square to help line up materials on the honeycomb. I based the square off of the left-hand laser rail. Works great for getting everything squared up correctly. I find high-powered magnets or even masking tape works great for holding material down to the honeycomb. I created a focus block, which allows me to quickly focus the laser depending on what thickness of material I am cutting. Simply bring the body of the laser down to the top of the block and your focus is set. Sometimes when I'm doing a fairly complex cutting scenario, I like to use a piece of typewriter paper to make a test cut. I use the same speed and cutting power as I would for whatever material I'll be cutting. This test on a sheet of paper has saved my you-know-what more than once. One thing that I did find frustrating was making multiple copies over and over, but having to reset up my laser each time. What I've done is used 1/4-inch dowels, slide them down into the honeycomb, and now I can put pieces in and out easily and never have to worry about resetting up where the laser cuts. In case you were wondering what the foam piece with the string attached living in the back of the housing actually does, it keeps the cold air or hot air from coming in from the outside when the fan is not on. The string is to remind me to pull the foam out before I turn the fan on. Not that that's ever happened before. Now let's talk about maintenance. For almost all of my cleaning, I use simple green. My laser system uses belts to move the heads around. So I clean them because the wheels do run right over the top of them. As I have spoken earlier, there's a lot of smoke and fumes that come when cutting with your laser. This shows evidence of it in the fan of the laser head itself. So using Q-tips and simple green, I clean it up. This certainly needed to be cleaned sooner, probably about 4 hours of lasering time. The lens of the laser can also get dirty from the smoke. So I remove the air assist and using 99% isopropyl alcohol on a Q-tip, I clean the lens and then dry it. And finally, at least for my machine, we need to keep our belts tensioned properly as per the manufacturer. I think it is time we have some fun with this new tool. One of my big passions in model railroading is building structures. Small structures, big structures, it doesn't matter. I love building structures. All of my buildings have their own unique personality and story, which are a reflection of either family members or friends. As a structure goes from conception through design, onto construction, and finally set out as a beautifully weathered and finished house or building, the thoughts of that person is with me. My first example is my friend Mike Dodd, who races a 1933 Ford three-window coupe. After years of competing on street races and hot August nights, Mike has the reputation as the fastest street racer in Reno. Of course, I had to build a complete hot rod shop focused on Mike, pictures of his car, and other components that would reflect Mike and his personality. I tell you, I had such a great time thinking about him as I was putting together his hot rod shop. My second example comes from a close friend who is a retired sheriff and a world-class woodturner. She also has the skills to teach anyone who is serious about woodturning. With the visions of her and her beautiful work, I scratch-built Jeanette's Woodworking School. My third example is a structure I created for a friend of mine named Mitch Steinbrink. Mitch is an engineer, but he's also an incredible home brewer. So of course, I needed to create a structure that became Steinbrink Brewery. I could taste the establishment's fine brewed beer as I was building the brewery. I will now give one small bit of advice before you jump in and start designing and building your own structures. Take the time to build a few craftsman kits to get to know the understanding of how bracing is done, how corners are put together, just in general how the construction of a wood building is all done. And it will benefit you in the long run when you start designing your own. I have acquired my inspiration for my structures in a number of different ways. I search online for unique and interesting buildings, or even parts of buildings. You can spend hours seeing wonderful architecture in the US and elsewhere. Another source of inspiration is the fantastic models you creative model railroaders build. You are all such great inspirations. Finally, with the wonderful cameras we have on our phones, it's easy to photograph interesting architecture when you're on the road. Whether you're visiting your own hometown or elsewhere, keep an eye out for interesting things and structures that you think might fit on your model railroad. I use an artist's sketchbook to keep all of my drawings in order. I have every dimension that I want to use for each component of the building I'm working on. This one happens to be of the hot rod shop that I built for Mike. It helps keep me well organized. The Tiki Train Group products are what I use for all my doors and windows. I created a list of all the Tiki products I use with the exact dimensions for the cuts I want. I measured each part to get the correct cut measurement. Having this list makes it easy and fast to add window and door opening dimensions to the Lightburn software. Let me show you how easy it is to go from your drawing into Lightburn and to the final laser cutting. Now, to set up our storefront, click on the black layer, go up to the square icon and click on it, and draw any size square you want. Now let's go up to where we can actually set the dimensions of that square, and ours is going to be 100 millimeters and 70 millimeters. Now we have our square. To make it easier to work on, click on the move everything in the area and center up our piece. Now we can enlarge it to fit so we can see it easily One more, there we go. Bring it down a little. Perfect. There's our storefront. Now we're going to draw the actual outside of our storefront. Click on the blue layer, go up to pencil, and now we're going to do the exact dimensions that we had drawn up in our book and fit them onto the page. There's the side. We come down for the bottom, the other side, and we go back to the peak of the roof. Now let's add some windows. Click on another layer, go up to our square, draw whatever size we want there, go up and put the dimensions that we'd already set up from our Tiki Train stuff. And we now have a window, and it is ready to be moved anywhere we want. Go back, click on the arrow, and position the window. Now, if we want to have a second window, all we have to do is go to Edit, Duplicate. We have a second window already set, and we can put it wherever we want. It is that easy. All right, let's put in a door. We clicked on another layer. We add the door square, put in our dimensions just like we did for the windows. There we are. We have our door. Position our door. Bingo. Let's add another layer and put a round window somewhere in the front of our structure. Hit the circle, draw it in, could be an oval, anything. Go back, put our proper dimensions in. We're doing 12 millimeters by 12 millimeters. Click on the arrow, position that window wherever we would like, and it can go anywhere. And we've got our storefront looking really good. Now, we want to make sure that we cut the doors and windows first. So notice, the blue layer is the last thing we want to cut. That's the outside of our building. So, let's bring it down the bottom by highlighting it, clicking on the down arrow, and we're set to do some cutting. That's the windows. The green one, that's our door. You notice they match. And finally, our yellow circular window. Okay, right here is where we can set how fast and what power our laser is using. So we click on one of those, and here we have all the spots to change the settings, whether it's a line or a fill, the number of passes, we can even name it. And once we're done, all we have to do is click on OK, and we have set those properties correctly. Once we are ready, we got to be sure and save our design, give it a name, and a place to save it. This is storefront. Save it, and we are now ready to actually go over and start the laser cutting. I would like to share a project that I am currently working on for the railroad. I purchased a Fox scale model distillery. It is a background model and very interesting. However, I decided I wanted to have it almost twice as long a building as what comes in the kit. The kit cost me $105, and I could always buy a second kit and combine the two. However, I decided to create my own new section that might have been added to the original building when they expanded. It is close to the original, but with some variations. I drew up what my mind saw, and then had it into light burn to be lasered out. The total cost of the extension, including wood, windows, and doors, $21. So you may be wondering, what else can I do with my CNC laser? I prefer at least a semi-organized work area. So when I realized my bottles of paint were really out of control, it came time to create something to organize them. I designed a bottle holder in Lightburn and then sent it to the CNC laser cutter to get the things made. The variety of things that we can create is truly amazing, even if it is just to hold bottles. Here is my pink bottle holder, holds my brushes, and I even put a pretty title up top. For the Coyote Pacific Railroad's board meeting, well, I just had to create something special for all the members. And what else is better than a lovely flask to hold whatever they would like to imbibe? And to go along with that flask, we needed some beautiful slate coasters. What do you think? Is it really worth the money to get the CNC laser cutter? I calculated the average cost per building to be about 30% of the cost of a comparable kit. Now, using an average cost of $100 per kit and the cost of my system at $1,100, I needed to produce 16 structures to pay for my system. Personally, 16 structures is a fraction of the number existing on my layout. And you thought you were done with me. Let's talk about weathering our buildings. I mean, this goes hand in hand with the CNC laser cutter. We get fresh cut buildings. Now we need to weather them so they look gorgeous on our layouts. Believe me, this is my own technique, and I'm sure there are lots of people who probably can do it other ways. But this is what I've learned, a lot of it from you guys, but just be aware, this is how I do my buildings. Well, here is the storefront that we created and cut out with our CNC laser. It's going to be what we're going to do all of our fun weathering on. The first thing I want to do is add texture to the wood. And I use this stainless steel stiff brush to create texture. Now, if you want real harsh texture, I use this, which is a file cleaning brush, and it is, massively stiff. I take my brush and I simply run it with the grain across the surface on all the parts. You can do it as little as you want, as much as you want. It just depends on what kind of technique you're using to get a great weathering look. I'm going to add nail holes as our next feature. And for that, I use one of these 3 ponce wheels. For our technique we're doing today, I will use the middle one. I use my thin right angle square to keep the nail line straight and true. So we are putting our nail holes in. And we have our nail holes. I use a number 17 X-Acto knife for the next procedure, which I feel is very important in making my building look weathered. I take my X-Acto knife and I slide it under the clapboard, and it breaks it up looking like clapboard that is cracked and had all kinds of weather situations involving it, but it is a great way to be able to make the wood look old. Next, I'm going to use my most favorite stains. In this case, it's a murky brown from Vetero, which is created by the Best Company. All right, now I take this fantastic stain, and I really do love this stuff, and I'm going to stain the entire surface. This is kind of how I visualize the raw wood looking after it's just been assembled. Notice how the nail holes really do pop out. Here is a great product that I use to keep my paintbrushes nice and clean. Simply scrub the brush in this soap after you've added some water, and all you have to do, wipe it off. And your brush is clean and ready to go again. Well, now it's time to paint our storefront because it's looking pretty tacky. So let's discuss a little bit about paint. I use two different paints. I use the Delco Americana, which I really like, and then the other one I use is Delta Ceramicoat. These are the two paints that I use for all my buildings. They can also be done through my airbrush. Of course, the way to use them in an airbrush is they need to be thinned down considerably. And when I do that, I oftentimes will use alcohol because it allows it to dry quickly and my work is ready to go on to its next part. Do yourself a favor and get yourself a good color wheel. It will save you a whole lot of time and grief. Now, for our example, let's say we decide we're going to pick blue as our main color. And we have the different tones of blue from dark to light. So, complementary color would be orange. Okay, so that would be our two-tone. If we want to go three tones, we might do a red-orange and a yellow-orange. A triad's going to go with red and yellow. This is a really good tool to have in your toolbox. I'm going to do a two-tone paint job on this particular storefront, and I want the bottom color to come up just a little past of where the window would be. So I need to tape off for that area. I use a lot of automotive style tape, like this 1/8" blue tape, or I've got even a 1/16 of an inch thick orange tape. For today's taping, I'm going to use my frog tape, either the green or the yellow. The yellow is really good for making a real clean, crisp line. And using the yellow tape, I make sure I've got good contact. And now, we're ready to paint the upper part, which is going to be blue. Let's talk about brushes for a moment. I mean, you can never have too many brushes, such as this nice soft one on an angle, another nice soft one, straight, your typical type brush. This guy is a wonderful stiff brush. Oh, he works nice for stippling, and of course, fan brushes. And these are great. Here's a little hint from me to you. I don't like to sit and wait for all my paint to dry. So get yourself a good heat gun. Don't even think about hair dryers. This heat gun is probably 25 years old and it has been magnificent and it dries things quickly. Here's something I've become very attached to help me keep my paint mixed up. Has little suction cups on the bottom, and it is a paint mixer. And that's just how I do it. It is fantastic. And the reason I love it so much is my hands and things the joints are not the greatest. But with this simple mixer, oh, it's a tattoo mixer, I'm able to mix up my paint really well and not have the joints hurting. One thing when I'm painting is I never ever paint just the paint directly to my project. I always add plenty of water. I refer to it as more of a wash than paint. I can add lots and lots of additional layers to make it as the color I want. But with this, it is nice and easy. I don't have to worry about just paint being too much paint. So with that mouthful having been said, let's throw some paint on. And I'm using a fairly stiff brush to do my first coat of paint. And again, I don't know how many coats it's gonna take. Okay, so let's let that dry. Well, now it's time to remove the tape and tape up for the bottom. And you'll notice there's a really nice line left by this tape. So I'm going to use the same tape but the different side. And there we go. Make sure it is good and set. And we're ready to add our second color. Second color paint. Lots of water. And let's just mix that up. And it's a fun, fun orange. As we saw, that's the color we wanted as a complementary color. Okay, here we come. Now, I've got a little too much paint, I feel, at the bottom. So I wiped my brush with my hand, and I've just kind of pulled a little bit away. I'll add more color to the top area later. Okay, just a hair bit more on the very top parts. I'm going to leave the bottom parts pretty much what they are. There we go. Okay, let's see how this looks. Well, there we go. We have our two-tone storefront. The next thing I want to do is put a black ink wash over the entire surface. This is just alcohol and black ink. It looks darker when you first put it on, but then it gets a lot lighter. But this will get into all the cracks and crevices and bring out a lot of the detail I want. And if I'm unhappy with so much, all I got to do is wipe some off. There we go. That's our ink wash. When I discovered pan pastels, it was a turning point in my weathering capability. I love these things. I have multiple colors of different kinds. And the thing I like about pan pastels versus using chalk, first of all, they have their own container. I don't have to grind them up. And within them, they have material that attaches itself to the product well, whereas chalks don't necessarily stay. This is the type of brush I use. It is fairly semi-stiff, but it works great by just tapping it into the pan pastels. And now let's just stick some brownish color on the bottom of this building. I'm going to use a light gray to kind of mute some spots. And in my opinion, it just weathers it that much more. The other thing I love about using these is if you don't like what you've done, you can always just brush it off. And mute it down even further. And if you use a really good stiff brush, you can practically wipe the entire thing off. But I'm pretty happy with this. This building is one that the owner purchased knowing it was going to need quite a bit of upgrades to get it back to what it wanted to look like, but this is how he got it, and doesn't have enough money to jump right in. I want to thank you for allowing me to share my passion for model railroading and the CNC laser cutter. I hope I've given you enough information that you can make a good decision whether you're going to add a laser cutter to your toolbox. And if you have any other questions about my laser system or anything involving model railroading, please feel free to get a hold of me at Gary@badfrogworld.com. Have a great day.
Gary, that was a fantastic video. I have a few questions for you. If you have time for some answers, we're kind of curious about what kind of laser cutter are you using, and where is it available?
Well, the laser cutter is a diode laser. It's available online. It comes out of China. It's a really well-built unit, and I've had no problems with it whatsoever since I got it, and that's been a number of years. So it's an easy one to learn. The software is really good. I don't know what else to answer for you.
Well, what's the lifespan of a diode laser? I don't know the difference. I guess the other one is a CO2 laser?
Correct. And the lifespan obviously depends on the amount of pressure and use you use it for. But a good diode laser, not pushed at 100%, but run under 75%, can last you years. You could end up building hundreds and hundreds of buildings without having to replace anything.
By the way, your buildings are fantastic, and I love the fact that you took us right through painting and weathering them. That was sort of above and beyond what I expected for this presentation. But I think a lot of people in the chat said the same thing. Fantastic work.
Well, I appreciate it.
Do the diode lasers get rated in watts like you do with the other type as well?
They are. Oh yes, they are. A good diode. My diode laser is about 11 watts of output. A CO2 laser starts at about 40 watts of output and then gets much more powerful. So why would I go with one over the other? And
right.
It comes down to, part of it was cost. This is a less expensive unit. And I think another part of it, quite honestly, was just my stupidity. I didn't know enough about them when I bought the first one I have. And so I'm learning from it. If I was to restart it, I would probably go with a at least a 50-watt CO2 laser.
Oh, wow. And why is that? Would you be able to cut thicker or bigger, different materials?
That's correct, and it also could be done a whole lot quicker. So it might take my laser 10 minutes to cut out a part of a building. The CO2 laser would do it in probably less than a minute because it's so much more powerful.
Oh, wow. I guess, again, that depends on the thickness of the material and what it is.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
So being retired, the time aspect doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah. Well, for the price, that makes a lot of sense. And it sounds like it's working really well for you. What is the name of that software again?
Lightburn is the software, and it doesn't come with the laser. You have to buy that separately, but it is so worth it. Being on some of the other forums for Lightburn and the laser people, the Niji laser people, lots of people are trying to use other kinds of softwares, particularly if they can find free ones. And then it's just question after question, why can't it do this?
Right,
Why?
right.
So with the Lightburn, cost me $60, and I have never had a problem, and it's intuitive to learn.
I saw you use a block for spacing the laser to get it at the right height. Does it have something like an autofocus? How does that work?
No, it has a set focus, and you have to find where that focus actually is as far as the height of the laser from the piece you want to cut. So once I found that height, then I just made a block so I can put whatever thickness is in there, slip it in, adjust it to the proper height, and I'm set to go. I don't have to do any measuring with millimeters or anything else.
Very cool. The one I had has a little metal, looks like a cube, and it connects via a wire to the laser. And to be honest, I haven't tried it yet. I'm a little nervous about this whole process. But I got to get some ventilation, and I saw you had your system set up really well. But I think that's because you're aware in a specified train room. I mean, you have a real specific space.
I do. I have a very specific space. This actually used to be my edit suite years ago, and then I converted it into my train room. And I wanted to be able to have the laser unit in the train room, and it does make if you do not ventilate, it's like having a fire burning, because that's what you're doing to the wood. You literally are burning the wood away. So I just put a external fan and it blows it right out the window.
That's nice. Any special fans so that you don't have to worry about combustion or something like that? It's not like a paint booth, right? Yeah.
It's not. No, it's not like a paint. No. As far as the fan is concerned, no. There's nothing worried about that. It's just you want something that will move the air out easily. And this is just a small 4-inch fan that you might use in a bathroom or something of that sort.
Yeah, something inexpensive. If you had a little more powerful laser, would you be able to cut things like metal or aluminum?
No, lasers work on different wavelengths, light wavelengths. And so you need specific ones to work with certain metal, particularly metal. So no, it's not going to cut metal right away.
Oh, okay. And your laser cutter is not also a CNC cutter, right? It doesn't have like a cutting system.
It is. Yes, it is
CNC. Oh, it is.
Yes, fully CNC. So I draw out something in Lightburn as to what I want, and then it just sets it up and cuts it, and I can watch it through the top, and it's a blast watching it at times.
Yeah. But it's not like a 3D cut, right? You wouldn't cut your own siding, for example, right?
My own siding?
I noticed you had some lap siding that you were using in the example, but that's something that you bought and you just put in the laser.
Correct. Right. I wouldn't make the lap itself. That would be done with a more of a CNC router system. So this is just for engraving and cutting.
So where I was going with that is that you could do bricks or stonework if you wanted to, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, do you have any examples of that? I'm just curious. Yeah.
I don't have an example to give you right away, but I have tested doing some nice brickwork using cardstock, and it comes out really nice. You just find a picture online of a brick wall, you can import it and go for there.
Very cool. I didn't think about the fact that you probably have lots of resources where you could bring in files and just go from there.
Yes.
These are forums or other sites. How do you find things?
There's a lot of forums on Facebook that have lots of available pieces that you can import to run the computer with. So it's a really nice community.
That's very cool. Actually, the whole presentation was just great. I'm going to save it and maybe I'll get the courage up to try mine.
Well, please feel free to get a hold of me if I can help you in any way, shape, or form.
How do we reach you?
You can reach me at gary@badfrogworld.com.
And you make structures for a living too? Is that a
No,
side job?
I'm fully retired. I'm a retired psychologist. Actually, I've had 3 major careers in my life. I raced sports cars for many years in Europe.
Wow.
Then I came back to the States and opened a photography and film studio. And when I retired from that, during that, I also got my PhD in psychology, and
Wow.
And I still do volunteer work psychology-wise today.
I think there's going to be a lot of questions in the breakout room. So hopefully people will log on to that and we'll post the link to that in the Werribee chat. And so we just got to go and find you, and you'll hang out for a while, right? And answer some of these.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love to talk with you.
That sounds awesome. I'll drop in and see if I can pick up some of the questions after I introduce the next guest. While I have you, one last thing. What would be your race car of choice?
Oh, there's no question, 917 Porsche.
That's
yes,
a big
I love driving that car. Oh, that was, gives me chills just thinking about it again.
Well, I'm an Alpha guy, so I don't know. Maybe I would go Alpha or Ferrari, but that sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, Ferrari. Well, if I had my choice today, I guess I'm going to go with drive a Formula One Mercedes.
Perfect. Okay. Well,
Formula One fanatic.
Thank you so much for joining us. I noticed someone added the link in the chat, so we'll head over there if anybody has any questions. Then you can be hanging out and take care of those. And anybody who hasn't joined OPSIG, I wore my hat to encourage people. There we go. Nice to meet you, Gary. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure, and it's nice to meet you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. welcome back. I'm Neil, and I'm sitting here in Pakalani Inn in beautiful Hilo, Hawaii, and I'm ready to bring on our next presenter from the woodsy hills of Western Oregon. Did you write this, Roger? He was swooned by the large fir trees of the region. He's been modeling fir trees for over 20 years. He's the owner and operator of a cottage-sized business supplying unique ready-made model trees and fir tree kits for around the world. Please welcome Roger Rasmussen. Did I pronounce your name right? It is Roger.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, Brad, roll the video.
Hey Roger, I heard you're making some trees.
Well, hello there. Yes, I'm making trees today. In fact, I was just getting ready to make another one. So, welcome to my small tree world here. Here's my little studio where I make all the trees. This is just one little area in the whole mix of things. I've got the layout room and I've got the model room, and this is the tree room. So, I think we should get started, and I'll show you a little bit about the materials. First of all, I'm working with the very same materials here that you would find in these fir tree kits. So for instance, this is the 7-inch fir tree kit, and it makes a 7-inch tall tree plus or minus a half an inch. So this particular kit with the 7-inch trunks makes 5 trees. So there's enough material to make at least 5 trees. You probably will have extra material and have other kits as well. The 9-inch kit, a little bit taller tree, and makes 4. I have the 11-inch kit, makes 3 big 11-inch trees, and a variety pack kit. And there's also some smaller trees, a 6-inch one and an 8-inch one. They're a little bit thinner trunks. Those are called the second growth trees. These are the old growth trees. Anyhow, so the old growth trees, they feature the cedar trunk, and all you do is you grab a trunk, and on the small trees I just use the toothpicks, and I just add a little glue. This is just regular white Elmer's glue. Put it in the bottom, get rid of the extra, and if you have a little block of foam, that's very handy. You'll need that, and it holds the trunk upright, so you have both hands to work on that trunk. If you're working with the larger or longer trunks, I should say, you'll find there's some metal pins in the kit, and you'll need a pair of side cutters in order to make them sharp. So what I do is I just cut kind of a sharp end in the pin, and then I dip it in the glue and I put it in there, kind of get the glue up in there. I actually use the yellow glue for this normally, but and then if you have a pair of pliers, which most people do, you can kind of twist it and kind of move. Be careful you don't stab your hand or anything, but just kind of get it up in there a little bit there, and then cut a nice sharp point again with your side cutters. Okay, so you'll need side cutters and pliers if you want to use the metal pins. Okay, otherwise you can stick a toothpick in there, but I don't cut all of the pins for you. Sorry, I don't have a way of doing that. But all right, so that one's ready to go. We've got a 7-inch tree here, and this pin is kind of in the way. It's just there to keep this little paper thing on there. Here's the green branches material. So this comes in the kit, folded up. You unfold it. This is made of 3 components. It's made, everybody asks, what's this stuff? Coconut coir is the fiber. So here you can see the coconut coir. And the green part of it is a sawdust that I make. Well, I don't make the sawdust, but I get the sawdust and then I filter it. I screen it with a large industrial flour sifter, so it's just the right mesh. And then I have a way of putting this together that I won't get into here, using Elmer's white glue. So you've got the sawdust, the white glue, and the coconut coir, and that makes this sheet that you see here. And there's actually 2 of them in a way. So what you do is you get a hold of the edge of this material and you just start kind of separating it, and that will make two thinner layers, and it will allow you to make, well, it will give you a finer look to your trees for one thing, and also it will allow you to make more trees because you're essentially getting sort of a 2-for-1, if you will. No true free lunch there, but all right. So what do? You have some green branches material, and I'm just going to illustrate here some of the pieces that I would use if I were to make a tree. Little sizes like that, not big. You don't need this is way too big for most trees, and everybody does a different thing. That's totally fine. If you want to make a really big wide tree, you got something you're going for that's specific to that, you want to replicate something you saw, that's totally great. I have no opinion on how you use it. I'm just going to show you how I would do it. And I tend to focus more on creating a taller, thinner appearing tree rather than a wide, short. The wider they are, the shorter they will appear on the layout. So a taller tree is going to be a narrower tree by and large. So I'm going to make these trees fast too, so that you don't die of boredom watching me make trees. So I have a special glue set up here. You'll need something to put your white glue in, and I just use an ordinary lid, but I have it attached to a block of wood, and for me that's nice because it keeps it from moving around on me. So I use a little coffee stir stick, and I have quite a few of those, so they're go through them pretty quick, and I just dab a little glue on there, just like that. I kind of tend to swipe it around a little bit and stick my tree in my foam, grab the first piece. Doesn't really matter which one you grab, every tree's different, and you're going to place that on the trunk like that. And so what you want to do now, you're going to push that down to the bottom part of the tree, but you don't want all the pieces coming out perfectly level and flat. You want them to have some effect that suggests gravity. So you want the trees essentially to have a bow to those limbs. So I'm going to use both my thumbs. I'm going to push down with my thumbs and my fingers, and I'm at the same time that I'm bringing that material down, I'm going to kind of push inward like this, kind of scrunch a little bit, if you will. And I'm going to push down like that, and you can almost, really scrunching is a good thing there. Bring that down, and that concludes the application of the first piece of material. And every time I do, I'm going to add just a little more glue. I'm going to go for this little piece right here. Stick that on there, and then again scrunching with my thumbs, pressing with my fingers. I'm even pushing like this to really smush it up against that trunk there. If a little bit of the material falls out, that's okay. There's plenty here, and I'll show you what to do with that in the last step. Down it goes. Okay, you can alternate here, large, small, it doesn't matter. It depends on what you want to see in your tree. Here's the larger piece. I'm going to scrunch that together and bring it down the trunk. All you don't need a whole bunch of friction here between the green material and the trunk. You really don't. All you need is the tiniest little bit of contact between the white glue acrylic, the trunk, and the green branch foliage. That's all you need, is just a little bit. This stuff's going to dry totally clear, so we're not worried about that insofar as appearances go. It's going to just be gone when we're done with this whole thing. All right, so now I need to pull material from my resource here, so I'm doing that. I'm just tearing it off. Sometimes I add a little, what they would call a bifurcation in the plant world, okay? It's like a split or a branching out, because every one of these little sections is used to represent perhaps several branches of a tree, okay? And that little bit of overlap that is applied when the branches, when you're applying each one, tends to kind of hide the very top edge of the piece above it there. So, Okay, so now if I have one that is just barely attached, I can just get in there with a little white glue and kind of just tap like that, and it's good to go. Because again, I just need just the littlest contact. I don't need a whole bunch of friction or anything like that. All right, so stepping up to a little larger piece. I'm going to try to finish this tree here in just a few minutes. How close do you put the pieces together? I'm often asked that question. Well, again, it kind of depends on how much trunk you want to show off. I have kind of a, in my mind, a way of doing it that allows me to put a little bit larger separation between the pieces at first, but as I'm getting up towards the top of the tree, that's where I'm going to bring them closer and closer together. And I think that's probably similar to what you'd see on a real fir tree, like a Douglas fir tree. So these are Douglas firs, hemlocks, cedar trees. They're not species specific here. We're not getting too rigorous about exactly what species of tree this is. So you could just say it's a western fir tree at this point. Not a pine. It's not really a pine tree. It's not a lodgepole or a ponderosa. It's just okay. So I'm getting to the top of the tree. So now this is what I believe is the focal point of the model. So we really want to do a nice detailed job. So I'm going to slow down a little bit and do a nice job on the top of the tree and get nice tiny little pieces. These pieces aren't any more than maybe 3/4 of an inch or even a 1/2 inch wide. They're small. Okay, and really at the very top of the tree, what I want to do is add just one piece. It's like a little sprig that is protruding straight upwards, and that will represent the part of the tree that is growing vertically and not just the branches. And it's a little bit of a deal to try to get that. Now that looks a little fake because it's just kind of tacked on there, but after we get done adding a little bit more foliage cover to this, it's going to look pretty good. So we need to let this dry now at this point. So we'll set that tree aside and get started with the next one. So moving on, we could do another 7-inch tree if we had a variety pack kit. We've got everything from the 6s and the 8s, the narrow ones, all the way up to the 11-inch old growth tree. So let's try a 9. And I could go with a toothpick here, but this time it's a little bit larger trunk, and it's going to be nice to have a nice metal pin in there. So I'm going to clip, make that sharp. I've got some yellow glue here, so I'm going to get a little yellow glue on there, if I can get it out. Well, maybe we'll just stick with white glue for now, okay? There's some white glue. Shove that in there. Okay. Clip it and make it sharp. It's got to be sharp on both ends. That's really the issue with that. All right, so then I'm going to tear off a little material here, making sure I'm just getting a single thickness. Again, if you need more, you can start from any of these edges and do that to kind of pull the material. It won't pull perfectly into 2 even halves, but it'll be darn close, and that will certainly afford making more trees and making trees with a finer, thinner presentation than you would otherwise have. I'm going to tear this up. You can tear all your pieces ahead of time if you want. I do that sometimes. Okay. Get a little glue on the trunk. Doesn't take much. Kind of wiggle that down on over. If you have a really thin trunk, the trunks are all different, by the way. I mean, each one of them's got its own kind of unique look. So if you have one that's very thin at the top, you want to be really careful you don't break that top. That's a neat feature if you have one that has a very thin appearance at the top. So preserve that and just be super careful when you come down with the material over the top of the trunk. As you can see, I added a little, this motion with my fingers that I'm doing as we're working, I'm adding a little bit of split to the branches to kind of give that a look that it would mean, okay, we're having different branches here on the limbs. I'm no arborist or biologist by any means, so I have to kind of make up my own layman's terms. Learned a lot about trees though doing this over the years. Again, just any kind of contact with that white glue, if it's on there, it's staying put. So it's not super critical to make it really tight or anything. And I'm pushing with my thumbs. I'm getting some glue on my hands, but that's okay. I'm pushing with my thumbs. I'm pushing inward to kind of give a seagull shape or a bow to the branch as I work my way up the trunk. Okay. Okay, pulling off some more stuff. As long as there's glue on the trunk and it's gonna stick to it, I don't need to add glue, but I find that about every second or third piece I need to add glue. Some first or second piece, I think. Okay. We're moving on up. You know that song, Steve, moving on up. Okay. Here we go. Now's when we need the music. Okay, so I make trees fairly quickly. You have all the time in the world. I'm making trees to sell trees, actually. So I'm making them as quickly as I can. So, and I don't want anybody to fall asleep during the video. So I'm trying to get to the top of this tree as fast as I can before people nod off. We're getting to the top. We're getting into the narrow zone. We're hitting the halfway. Do anything to get rid of. Good job. All right. It's probably speed calling in. Not even on real video. There we go. Getting close, folks. Getting close to the top. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Here we go. Now, this isn't the final look of the tree either. I'm going to add my little tree top here, by the way. Got to come up with something. Sometimes I fold them, make a little right angle there and dip it in the glue and stick it on there. There's a bunch of different ways you can go here. Doesn't matter if you slop the glue on. That's okay. You can add more, too. If you can, here, I didn't like that, so now I'm just going to just redo it and add, get my hand out of the way there and add my little straight piece to go straight up. That's the part that's growing right on top of the trunk. Not every tree has to have that. That's kind of my thing. You can leave it however you want to do it at the top. These trees need more. They need an extra coating of the green foliage. So as this material falls out of your tree, you're working through the green branches, pour it into something and collect it, because what you're going to do is you're going to spray it when it's dry. You'll spray this tree with hairspray. So you can use, like here we have Aquanet Extra Super Hold. There's a bunch of brands out there. I think that unscented is probably the way to go, not critical, but you'll spray that tree and then you'll add, by the time you get through your branches, you'll have a lot of extra foliage to add to that tree, and it will enhance it and help it look greener. So you can also add other materials. You can add, in the kits, there's the highlights. So you've got kind of a lighter color here of the green, and this is a kind of more of an earthy color, if you will. So those are there, and I would add those last, and I would add the lighter color green first, and then I would subdue it a little bit with the earth color. I don't know if those are showing up very well or not, but they're right there. And you could add branches to it. There's branches in the kit rolled up inside the green branches. When you unfold that, you'll see all these little dead twigs in there, and those are specifically collected from a very special place, and I dye them and dry them. And here you'll see a sample on my work table of all these pieces of sagebrush, and those are similar to the dead branches that you will find rolled up in the green branches inside the kit. So you can add the dead branches to it, and there's just all kinds of ways you could go from here. So that gets us through a 9-inch tree for the most part, and we could go on and make an 11-inch tree if we needed to do that, and we could go really big. We've got the time, so why don't we just do it? Let's go ahead and get some glue on there. I think we have 45 minutes or so. We'll do a little tour of the shop and surrounding areas. Yeah, I can see what you're saying now about a sunny day being better there. Okay, scrunching. Inward we go, and down, just like that, okay? Add a little more glue. There's glue on there, but I think it's going to be a little dry. You can start off with a smaller piece then, or on the second piece, doesn't matter. Get it in there. If it doesn't stay put, don't sweat it, just keep going. The main thing here is to just keep going, and everything will work out. I don't let the failure of one little branch stop the progress of the entire tree, you know. It's just kind of like a tree, right? I mean, it's not going to let one little branch hold it up. So there's a piece, going to add a little split here or there, stick it on the top, okay, and scrunch and move down, just like that. Go, nice glue swap there, scrunching and on. Okay, I'm going to finish this tree up. We're going to make a record 11-inch tree right here. Hit the high mode. Hit the play button finally. Here's something. I got all kinds of junk in here, so sometimes I just apply, you know, whatever's lying about. It kind of just all blends in. It's not that critical. It's not like putting together a kit, like a structure kit. That's for sure. But I think most trees have like a kind of a pear shape to them. You know, they start out kind of narrow at the bottom. Actually, it depends, and they kind of get wide about a third of the way up, and then maybe narrower as they go. That's kind of my general motif or MO for making trees. Not all the time. Sometimes I do. This wouldn't be a bad tree for a dead top. You could have it dead all the way up. You could even, if you could figure out how to do it, you could add some dead branches to that. That would look amazing. That's a really cool tree. You've got a partial, what I call a partial snag tree there, because you've got green and you've got dead branches, which is pretty cool. Dead branches at the top of the tree as far as tree goes. And I don't know if any of you out there watching this have the same kind of attraction that I have towards trees. Probably not. You probably just want some trees on your layout, but I've got kind of a thing about trees, and I don't know what it is. It's kind of a strange thing. I've got these notions. That's just me. That's being an artist. I can't help it. Okay. There we go. That's kind of a wide piece for a top piece, but we'll go with it. It's not normal protocol, but abnormal is normal. Now I'm at the top, so I've got to get the little guys out. DD on my way in here. Little teeny things here. Does, you know, just trying not to get my fingers stuck in there. I avoid getting in a fight with the thing. It's not worth it. It will win. So I don't get my hands in there to, you know, start. If you keep working the same piece over and over and over, you're going to have problems. I guarantee you that. Okay. All right. 11-inch tree. Now, this dries. You're not satisfied. You can come back and add or subtract this. You can edit this thing. So the main thing now is to let them dry, and then we can go on to some other processes. So let's take a tour, and I'll grab a tree on the way, and we'll do a little bit of the highlights addition to them, and we'll show you how that goes. This is the tree making area here. It's got a place where I put the trees together. I also do all the packaging and shipping right here in this room. And the paint booth here, I add some of the colors to the undersides of trees that I make. Here we have the green branches are drying in the trays. So this is the material that you'll have in your kit. And in these trays, then you'll see there's a piece of that green branches right there, this double thickness. It's all ready to go. So it just needs to be packaged up. Just keep them in the trays. On this side, you've got the trees drying. Here's a whole bunch of trees. Here's what you can do if you keep practicing. Let's see if I can get up around here. These guys right here. So here's a partial snag tree, and it's got everything. It's got, I don't know if you can get that on video or not, but we've got the roots, we've got the dead branches down below, we've kind of worked them into the middle. So this really just has a little teeny bit of green branch foliage right here in the middle. And then up top, it's got branches protruding, and then I left about the last inch or so pretty much just bare. So that's a gnarly tree right there that's seen a lot of action, you know, a lot of wars and battles, and this is kind of what's come out. And that's only a 7-inch tall tree, so imagine what you could do with a 9 or an 11. Here's some trees that are waiting for an additional coating. Are these done? I can't even hardly tell. Yeah, they need more stuff, I think, put on them. So that's another step. We can borrow one of those. Well, I can't even tell. Maybe those trees are done. Because this is one. Here's the difference. Here's one that's done. Doesn't seem like it got a lot of bug spray on it, but I don't know if you can tell the difference there or not. But this one is like what we just made. There's no additional foliage on the limbs, and this one here on my right does have the additional foliage. Where am I going? Yeah, additional foliage there on the right. Oh, there we go. We got a white post. Okay, so that one's coated with extra goodies, and this one is not. So that's the difference there. A little extra coating goes a long way. So got a whole tray of those. We've got a whole tray here that needs an additional application of scenic turf. All right, so moving right along, and we've got that area. We've got the area over here called the underground. We won't talk about that. Up in here, we've got the setup for making the sheets of green branches, which is again kind of a whole other talk. But you know, this is basically a green branches production thing, and we set a scale up here. We've got a pressure pot here, and we spray white glue, and there's stuff going everywhere, and it's great. And this is the model making room. So as some of you may know, I also make kits now. So I'm producing HO scale kits for the most part. This was my first one here, was the very proud here, HO scale sawdust burner. Okay, sawdust wood chip slash burner. You'd find these throughout the United States back in the 60s. And this is one that I modeled in Drain, Oregon. And I think I have a copy available, roughly speaking here. I loved making this. This was just the ultimate modeling challenge, and to be able to do it as a kit was just really fortunate that this would work out. Not too bad, actually, by the way. The top goes together. It's got kind of a nylon type thing on the top there. It is actually nylon. It's pantyhose, okay? It's coming clean there. And you build this, and you build the other structure, and you sit this on top, and you have yourself a one-of-a-kind sawdust burner. So there's that. We've got the new chip loader coming out. We've got that in N scale. We've got that in HO scale too. And so I'm just putting those together at the moment as we speak. They're available on my website and on eBay. And so this is a machine that you would use to load chips into a wood chip railroad car. All right, so that's kind of a specialized railroad gondola. GS 100 I forget, but got that in N scale, and the N scale one is tiny. I don't know if you can see this, but I can see this, and it's tiny. It does come with the feeder nozzle too, so you can actually add that in, and you can load the wood chips in. Well, it's not actually hollow, so it won't load the wood chips in, but we'll think that it does. And this is just microscopic N scale stuff. It's got the catwalk and the grid around the top and the handrail and the bonnet and everything you need to load wood chips. Okay, so moving right along, models are here, 3D printers are running, resin 3D printer. We've even got a machine for low temperature alloy casting, so we can use the resin prints as masters and make molds and do alloy casting. So I'd really like to do some of these chainsaws. So this spins, you pour the metal in the top, and it goes through the RTV mold and makes your casting. So I've got examples of things I've done. I was working on some auto parts, and got mufflers and all kinds of things like that. See if I can find my drag saw is coming along nicely here. Soon we'll have a drag saw. This is the resin version, but hopefully there'll be a mold soon, and we'll be making those in metal. So that would be That would be cool. So that's 3D printing in resin is just amazing, amazing detail. It's just incredible how much you can see the little teeth on the gears. I mean, it's just nuts. We've got chainsaws. Check out this little chainsaw. I've got a whole boatload of these somewhere. Whipping around for me. But oh gosh, these things are just so cute. Look at this little guy. Look at that. I don't know if that's an 18-inch blade or a 24 or what that is. There's a little white thing's funny, but yeah, we've got a bunch of chainsaws. Hopefully those will come out, and we'll have chainsaws. You can buy a bag of chainsaws. Come on in here. We've got the model room, which is not. This is also the packaging room. It's also the model tree storage room. It's the railroad room. It's the all the packages and all the kits and all the stuff that I sell on the website are kept in this room. We're far, far away from anywhere, so no one can get the goodies. Way out here on the Oregon coast. And this is the layout, and I'm in the process of building an HO scale layout, and maybe I'm perhaps halfway through, I'm not sure, but you can see I'm using the trees. I think I've pretty much used exclusively my own trees on here. I was really kind of hoping to get a couple other brands in there, but I think I got carried away and used my own stuff, so didn't do that. But there's all kinds of scenes here. This is an estuary scene. This might be the only model railroad that I know of that actually has a Native American reservation on the railroad. So this is a little area of the railroad that is untouched. Call me a nature lover, go ahead, but there's no industry here. It's simply just trees and snags, and it's wild. And I don't know if you can see that osprey nest, but that's definitely a major feature of this gnarly coastal tree here. Is the eggs in the osprey nest, and I'm always experimenting with things. Here's a tree on a wire that falls over and over again. So you can cut the tree and then fall it again, and just keep going. So this is kind of a crazy notion. I will never do that again. Sorry. And the bay out here. Here's a nice lying. You might appreciate this, Steve. The lying snag tree. The lying snags always tell the truth. Okay, this is a big one. This is about a 9, and it's floating around in the bay there. Okay, that seagull's keeping an eye on it too. You see that seagull there? That seagull's got an eye on that. He wants to make sure it does not get entangled in that lying snag tree, because seagulls know that lying snags sometimes lie. Over here on the corner, we've got, hit this with some light. We've got the one of my favorite parts, the steel, the steel recyclers, and we actually sell this steel. I'll grab a bag for your knowledge. The scrap metal yard, and so just in case you're wondering, we do have scrap metal available. So this is essentially the scraps of 3D printing. So the Tillamook cooperative structure here that we have on the layout actually serves pretty well to show just some of the level of detail that we're able to accomplish with 3D printed modeling. These parts that you see up around the elevators, the catwalks and the handrails therein are all 3D printed, and I'm doing it in a way that I don't print them as one structure, but I print the parts out flat and then fold them origami style into whatever shapes are needed. So the handrails are folded and all of the little parts are printed out. The other thing happening here is that we're using magnets, those small neodymium magnets, very tiny, to hold these parts together. So I'll just demonstrate that really quickly. I'm going to come right around your left side, and you can see that these tubes would be really hard to align any other way, but with the neodymium magnets you can literally take this stuff apart and put it, you know, clean the model, do whatever kind of maintenance you have to do, and then put them back together just like that. So they're really pretty cool. The 3D printing allows me to design the parts so that they can accept the neodymium magnets. And then the last thing that's really important is just to get the orientation on those magnets correct so that everything does actually stick together. I'm sure you can imagine what would happen if we didn't have the orientation right. As far as what else is happening here, not a whole lot. I've got a few little waterfront scenes. I'd like to do more, and in time, of course, it'll all happen. But for right now, I am featuring, I've got a sawdust burner over here next to the estuary. I thought maybe we got a shot of that. Something else I'm working on are these little logs that are a little more detailed, well, quite a bit more detailed than the logs that I feature in the packages. So I'm hoping to kind of maybe come up with a product that is representative of that. And scenery's pretty much available at this time, pretty much everything. So that's pretty much it for what's going on in here. There's quite a few little scenes in here. There's a guy, I don't know if you got this guy down here fishing. Did you get the fishing pole there? That's the if you can see the guy down there in the river, he's been fishing for these salmon for a long time, and he's using a whisker off of my cat for a fishing pole, which I don't think it's working very well because he's been there for months trying to catch these. He's trying to catch those sockeye down there underneath that. See the sockeye down there underneath the pole, or underneath the pole, underneath the. You have to go backwards more. Yeah. Right there. Just a couple of fish down there. Anyway, so yeah, it's a Where's Waldo. That's what railroads are, aren't they? Okay. Great. So I wanted to finish up with the trees a little bit, actually. Follow me. I'm going to go back to those 3 trees we were working on, and I want to add a little bit of conifer turf to the tops of those trees, and also a little bit of the highlight. So on my way over, I think I'll just show you what I would use. Here's the Woodland Scenics conifer turf product, and the green that I use is really close to this color right here. So you can buy this product and add it to your trees to give them a fuller, fluffier look, and you can do that with the hairspray. And let's just go over and we'll take a quick peek at those. I wanted to show you here, I collected in this tray just some of the green stuff, and I have to say I cheated a little bit. I filtered this with a screen to get some of the coconut coir out, but I have some of this is some of the sawdust material that has fallen off of the green foliage while I was making the trees. So I'm going to use that now to add some additional turf to my tree. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit this with a little hairspray. Okay. And then you can do this with a spoon or your hands or however you want to do it. You just sprinkle that over the top. You could let that dry and do it again, or you could be satisfied with that, whatever your preference. It's in the tap off the extra, and it's pretty wet right now, so it's got a little bit darker look. But then once that's done, we can come in with some of the highlights. I'm going to grab a couple of packs here. So these are little packages of green highlights and earth colored highlights that are in the kits. And so I'm going to start with this greener one here. This is sort of like also known as green blend. And I don't have scissors, but something to open it with. A giant knife. There we go. So while my tree is still wet with hairspray, or I could add a little more, or whatever you feel is necessary, I could just sprinkle a little of those on there. And if you over highlight, you see how that kind of brings out the depth and the shadowing in that tree? You can tap off some of the extra. And then another option then is to use the earth colored one. Oh, and I'm combining everything in the same tray here, which I don't normally do. You could use different trays since you're using different colors, and you can always recapture the stuff in the trays. This one here, I'm going to just get that right in my hands. Well, you can just barely tell there. There's just a little bit on there. But that sort of cancels out a little bit of the brightness of that green highlights, which here in the Pacific Northwest we have very dark trees because it's always raining. Okay, so there's the difference. All right, then you can move on to adding dead branches. So let's take a shot at that. I'm just going to grab a few that I have over here in this area, throw them down. Here's what the dead branches material looks like that's in the kits. So a pair of tweezers, very handy, and we're going to need some white glue. So you could there's different ways to handle this situation. First of all, when we think of dead branches and we think of a tree trunk, we think, oh, the branches need to be in the trunk, so you're going to drill holes and you're going to stick the branches in the trunk. That's definitely necessary if you're going to work on this part of the trunk. You're going to need to drill holes along here. I have a slightly different system that involves some really sticky adhesive materials, but I'm not able to provide you those. So I would suggest drilling holes if you want to get branches down in the lower part of the trunk. If you just want a few, poking out from, say, up within the confines of the green here, and you can sort of tuck them in there like that, like that one's not so bad. To get a little white glue on there, tuck it in there, and let that dry, okay? And so that's another way to handle that. And you could, do as many as you wanted to. I tend to do way too many. That's my problem. If they're too long, I try to stick with short little pieces and not get too, this is really a long dead branch right there. I'd probably come back and trim that if we had more time. And okay, but you could get a couple in there like that, sort of work your way up. So that's what you can do with the dead branches. Illustrates what's going on. As far as application of them, I always tend to have them at just a slight angle to, again, kind of just trying to impart that whole gravity effect. Gravity is a huge influencer on what we do on our layouts, and if you have the what looks like gravity happening, it just drives the realism thing just home. So gravity's a great thing, but only on the layout. Anyhow, I hope you enjoyed watching this whole show and making trees and everything that I have here. One last thing. Let's go out to the shop. I just wanted to show everybody where the actual tree trunks are made. So here's the garage. I think I showed that off. It's the garage. And out this way, so here's a whole nother building. This is the postman's annex, if you will. This is where all the tree trunks are made. And so this is basically all Porterford cedar and bamboo. So this is a large sanding table, and it does that, and it does this, and all these little twirly gigs here will turn the trunks while they're being sanded. So this is the machine that I developed to make the trunks. Here we have Bob Barker, which is the machine that we use to actually put the bark texture into the trunks. Scary, very loud. Here it comes. Okay. Bob Barker. It's got the three drills with the wire brushes, and you feed the trunk down in, and it comes back out, and you have your bark detail. And then you need a hole in the bottom of the trunk, and so we don't actually have a name for this machine. But here it's set up to do the 13-inch trunks, so you could take a dowel and stick it in. There's a drill in there, a drill bit, and it drills a hole. So you just work your way around in here, and that's how you get trunks. And I think that pretty much wraps it up. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those in the adjourning room here, the question and answer area. So hope to see you. Thanks for watching. Have a good one.
Welcome back. We've got a few people watching now, but that was a great presentation, Roger. I have so many questions of my own, but let me see if I can get to some of the ones that people have been asking first. Is some of the stuff that you've made to do this is just amazing. You must have an engineering background or something. So the first question: do you make any of these in N scale?
Well, I would say that the smallest tree that I provide to make from the kits is a 6-inch tree. This is I don't know if you can see that, but
yeah,
put my finger on the top of it. There we go. We've got the 6-inch. So and they're made from bamboo, which is good because it's a little stronger than they would be if they were cedar. If they were cedar, something this thin would probably break pretty easily, but these guys are a lot tougher. So I've kind of stuck with the bamboo for these, and they still have the hole in the bottom for the pin. As far as trees that I make and sell on my website, I don't actually. I will do these if somebody asks me to do them, but I haven't been selling those like in a box like the way I do the cedar trees that are the. Okay, here you can see the difference.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I guess that sort of
right.
answers the next question of what is the smallest one that you manufacture. But
Yeah.
you do
So-
these on demand, I guess.
I do sometimes, and I will take special requests at times if the volume's high enough. There's one other tree that's kind of in that sort of 6-inch range. Here's a little 5-inch snag tree here. You can see that guy. And then these are these little bushy things. I don't know what to call them, bushy trees. And they're very bushy. And I can make these quickly because they're kind of made with a little different method. And then what you could do is go in and I take something like a stick and I go in and I kind of push this up and give it a little, kind of work the shape of it a little bit. You can take scissors and jab them in there. You can even take like beard trimmers and get in there with that. And so that's a 6-inch tree that I can do. And I was doing them in little smaller sizes, but I wasn't selling them. I think there's too many other competing products that might be better at that level. So this is about the smallest. I think these are like $3 each or something, depending on how many you buy. I've got them on eBay too. So.
Well, still, that's a 40-foot tree, right? I mean, I know that for hemlocks, they can get quite tall, but along the Oregon coast, they don't usually get quite that big, do they?
Right. So these are really kind of fat ones, and I do make them a little thinner than this too, so they'll have more of a tall and skinny appearance. If I answered that right, I'm not sure.
No. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, the question is how tall is a fir tree in real life, right? And
Right.
they can be all different sizes, right?
Oh, totally. So when they get larger, that's when they're going to have more character. You got the old growth trees have been through many, many weather cycles, and so they're going to have limbs blown off and stuff didn't grow back quite right, and you're going to get all kinds of crazy things going on. You've got your dead top trees, like those guys. I like to do the dead top trees. It's a favorite of mine. So I always try to include, if you buy premium trees, I try to include at least one tree with a dead top for some character there. And I do these burnt trees also if you need some fire damaged, bug eaten, not bugs and chewing on those.
I think that there's so many questions. I think we're going to have to take you over into the Werby site to get other people to answer. But let me get some of these real quickly. He wonders if you've done anything like this with furnace filters. You talked about using the other method when you got tired of making your own.
Right. So I got tired of doing them with scrubber pads about 6 years ago. That was over. So I started making my own. So this is coconut coir and Port cedar sawdust that I have sifted very carefully and refined, and I dye it this green color. This is very, very, very close to the Woodland Scenics conifer green color, and I liked the Woodland Scenic product, except that it was polyurethane, and I had polyurethane everywhere. And so I wanted to switch to something that I wouldn't mind having in my own salad. So I went with the sea dust. Not that I eat sawdust, but I wanted something a little, that wasn't going to creep around all over the place that I wasn't too worried about. So I really wanted to go with sawdust. So we have tons of this sawdust material here. And then I run it through a flour sifter, and it's like a big industrial flour sifter thing. And so I can make this material, white glue, coconut coir, and sawdust. And that makes the green branches material that I use to make the trees, and that you would use if you were buying a fir tree kit. You would use that. And it separates into two halves like this. So you pull it and it gets thinner for you. See, it comes apart just like that. And so,
excellent.
It, no furnace filter per se. I have made trees with furnace filter, but I don't really do that anymore. I pretty much just use my own stuff. And I use this for all sizes of trees, 6 inches on up to 50 inches, pretty much. So
very cool. I love the fact that you're making these yourself and drying them, and you get the material locally. And we were talking a little bit offline while the video was going about the size of trees can get really large.
Yes.
And the ones in O scale might even go to the ceiling, right? And you've even done some of those.
Yes, I do hand carved trunks. Out in the shop area there's a lathe that has a router attached to the lathe. And so kind of like the way they make pool cues, I can run the router while the material is turning and make the tapered shape. I can also just do it on the bandsaw. So I've got a couple options there. I've also got a grinder that's got this thing called a saber tooth disc in it, which is like a carbide thing that's you don't want to get messed up with, and you can carve with that if you're careful and gear up right. And so it's just kind of some wood carving kind of things going on there. So
you do make all of your own trunks though, right? I mean, for all of the models that you have. Yeah. And definitely. So if we have time, I'd love to see what that looks like. How do you turn all these bamboo chopsticks into these beautiful looking trunks?
I would love to show you. Unfortunately, I'm not able to carry this system with me to the shop to show it off. Okay. But what you could do is go to my website, or anybody could do this, to coastmans.com. And there's a tab there that's sort of like a little extra information tab. I think it says like what's happening or something like that. And in there's a deal that says meet the machines. And if you go to meet the machines, it'll take you on a tour of the shop in a little bit more detail than what we did in the video that we just did.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yes.
Maybe a dumb question, because I can see there's a lot of time into making these. Why do the premium trees cost so much?
Yeah, it costs so much. Okay, let me grab one. So a premium tree. So I will take certain craftsman trees to make a premium tree, and I actually look for some of the craftsman trees that there's something funny about them, and they're sort of like wanting me to put some dead branches in a certain spot, like maybe there's a little material missing or something, and so I'll fill that in with dead branches, and it'll look like maybe something happened there. So it just takes time to add all of these little details, and I've got ways of doing it here at the shop that allow me to do it quickly, but we're talking all day long. So so we've got the dead branches, we've got the roots now. The premium trees are coming with the root detail, and you can kind of work with that at home. You can trim it if you need to, or you can build the earth up around it. You can put the bushes around it. They've got the two different colors of moss, and then they've got a lichen color that I put on there. And so, they've got the highlight, all the stuff that the craftsman trees have. They have the highlights, which are two colors, and they have the what I call the bug spray, which you kind of don't see it unless you get in. But one thing that's kind of maybe top secret about trees is they're not totally green. If you look carefully at a Douglas fir, you'll see that there is a bit of brown, like a rusty kind of around the periphery of the tree, and that's those needles that are dying, some of them sometimes. And so we got to have a little bug spray. I call it bug spray. It's not always bug damage, but it's yeah, it's a little extra color there. So
yeah, those are really nice. And you showed me some stumps that you make and sell as well, like for a logging scene, right?
Right. I get carried away with these. So I just finished a few more of these little guys. So the stumps have again the roots, which you can kind of work with. I do a couple different ones. This is kind of what we call an old cut. So it's been exposed to the elements for a couple of years. Mm-hmm. It's no longer orange, and I've got just one other. Right now, I only have one. Well, this is kind of a rotten log type thing here. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's another way of doing it. I don't seem to have a fresh cut. No fresh cut. All kinds of little things. Osprey nests down here. I mean, I could just do the show and tell forever here. Get that paper out of there.
Well, you know what? Why don't we take you over to the breakout room?
Okay.
Because there's about 68 people online, and if they have more questions, they can get over there and answer them. I mean, there's a lot more questions that were posted, but I think that for now we're going to run out of time.
I'll work the breakout room, and we'll go on to the next presenter. Sounds great.
Roger, thank you so much for doing this. And
yes.
As much as I love the Oregon coast, not this time of year. Why don't you come to Hawaii?
I need to go to Hawaii once in a while. Absolutely. Thanks, Neil. And thanks, Speed, for all your help and for allowing me to present today. Awesome. I'll go ahead and go.
Thank you, Brad, for posting that. Thank you. Yes, we're going to begin again in 3 hours, right, with our next speaker. So stay tuned and come back, go get some lunch, work on the layout, get out some of those trees you've been thinking about building, and we'll see you in 3 hours. Thanks again, Roger.
Thank you, Neil.